Hello. How's everyone doing? It's Thursday. Don't really have a follow-up to that, just statement of fact. Hope everyone's been having a good day. Hope everyone associated with certain California regions are doing fine. I saw a video that someone took out there, and it looked sick as hell, which means things are bad. So, best of luck to those folks. I woke up early today, so I'm probably going to get tired by the end of the stream, but the power of video games will sustain me. But I woke up early, again, tidied up. Unfortunately, as part of tidying up, I set a couple of things on my bed, which means I'm going to have to clear off my bed to go to bed later. But that's fine. It'll keep me from randomly going to sleep at 9:30. Well, it won't be 9:30 tonight, but I keep going to bed way too early. It's a dumb problem to have, but I stream at 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. So if I'm going to bed at 9, that's not good for me. I have been playing more RuneScape. I've been playing a bit more Skyrim. But I spent a decent chunk of today doing some off-stream grinding for Infinite Wealth. Try and get everyone's class levels up to rank 30. So that way I can just get everyone set up the way that I want them set up and not think about it anymore. I think I did successfully get everyone's class levels up to 30 at least, so that's good. Should probably make the rest of the bonus dungeon pretty smooth sailing. Will that help you win at Mahjong? I have no idea, but I'll tell you what it doesn't help with. It doesn't help with Dondoko Island, which I need to do some finagling with as well. I gotta build an island! I have no idea what I'm gonna do with it, but I gotta put something together. There's an achievement for having 100 guests on the island, so I want to get at least most of the achievements. Most of the, non-New Game Plus achievements, but I might just do the New Game Plus achievements as well. But yeah. Things have been going well. So I guess we can go ahead and switch on over and get started talking about video games, because I still have a lot of video games to talk about. Here we are. So, this is where we left off last week. Got some real strong not contenders, we got some real strong S-listers here. Devil May Cry 5, Super Mario 64, Old School RuneScape Leagues, Chimera Puzzle Island, Shapes 2, Devil May Cry 3, Baba Is You, Sonic Adventure 2, Celeste, and Big Catch Tackle Box. Good year for platformers. On stream, at least. Down in the A tier, we've got Sam & Max Save the World and Sam & Max Beyond Time and Space. We've got Dangeresque, The Room is So Triungulate, which is very fun to say. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, but actually it's Cataclysm Bright Nights. It's just a fork, so it doesn't have a category thing. Caves of Cud, Devil May Cry 4, regular ass old school RuneScape, Prodigal, The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, Animal Well, Barony, Cavern of Dreams, and Corn Kids 64. Then down in the B tier, we've got Supermarket Simulator, Gas Station Simulator.
Lana's sub is going in D tier, for Dan paid for it.
Thank you very much for the resub, Lana. In B tier, we also have The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. I don't remember exactly why Skyrim was in B tier. Fuck it. Skyrim has Khajiit. We'll bump it up to A tier. I couldn't resub if I tried. Well, that's just how it is around here. Cat bias. Oh, you know it. We've also got Devil May Cry 1, Infinitode 2, Veritas, Last Epoch. And then we've got a pile of games that are mostly in the B tier for not necessarily any fault of their own, but just how I felt this year. We've got Path of Exile, Noita, Satisfactory, and Factorio. Bunch of games that are just like, I like them, they're good games, but I just wasn't feeling them this year. How many cats are there in Diablo 4? Not many. In C tier, we have Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood and Diablo 4. And then down in D tier, we have Devil May Cry 2, DMC Devil May Cry, and PictoQuest. Now, I know I already made a change, bumping Skyrim up to A tier. We're going to do another tier elevation. I am going to put Devil May Cry 2 into C tier. Now, I'll tell you why. It's not necessarily that Devil May Cry 2 is a great video game, because it's not. But I did have a good time streaming it, in spite of it. But also, this means that we have a Devil May Cry game in every tier of the list. Let's fucking go, baby! So, starting off today's games, we have a pair of games that how do I start with the Guild 3? There was a moment in the Guild 3 that I quite enjoy looking back on, of, I got my wife pregnant on the first try and I deserve respect. But as for the game itself, it seems like the Guild 3 is a strange, like, city builder type situation. There are things about it that I wish I understood better, and some things that feel a little obtuse towards a first-time player, like the value of certain businesses and like what you can actually accomplish with certain things, and there's value to that, where a lot of the game you learn through experimentation, but this is an issue with both the Guild 3 and Kenshi, of I was not invested enough in either of them right out the gate to want to really dig into it and learn the mechanics and like really get a good feel for it. The Guild 3 is neat, and it does seem like maybe playing it multiplayer would be a better experience. Sharing knowledge with other players, with, having other players tell you, like, viable ways to play the game, like what the ups and downs to various styles of play. Meanwhile, Kenshi, I respect that Kenshi is good, and I respect what a lot of people like about Kenshi, but I found it difficult to find purchase in Kenshi. Even being able to mod in cat people and play as cat people, it just wasn't clicking for me. The game is so open, so incredibly sandbox, so very build your own fun, that it's the kind of game where the sandbox is a little too open, and I kind of just floundered around in it. So, I think Kenshi is a game that I did not have a stellar time with, but that's more so I need to be in the right mindset for it, and I need to be willing to put more time into it. Decision paralysis. Yeah, really. So I'm gonna pile these two games together as like a high C tier. I don't think Kenshi is a C tier video game, but I think my experience with Kenshi was a C tier experience. I had more fun playing Diablo 4 than I had playing Kenshi or the Guild 3, but I don't necessarily think that those games are of equivalent quality. Or, potential in having equivalent potential for enjoyment. C tier for can't do shit without losing a limb. Yeah, it's a weird game, and I want to take another crack at it. I want to play more of it, but it's a game that I gotta be ready and willing going in. Next up on the list, we have a big-ass pile of auto-shooter survival games. Have Jim guiding you? Yeah, I think if I want to try Kenshi again, I would need to talk with, like, experienced Kenshi players and kind of get a better idea of the game from that. Did you put all the game art in this tier list maker manually? So the way that I set this up was I went through all of my streams over the last year, my Steam library. I guess I may have missed a game or two that I streamed. If there's a game that I streamed last year and it's not on this list, let me know. But what I did was I searched up each of these games individually on the what was the website again? No. The IGDB database, which is where Twitch pulls the category images from. So I went through and searched for every game that I knew that I played last year individually, saved these images from IGDB, and then just like selected all of those images and dragged them into the tier list maker. I wish to get into Kenshi sometime, but it's a very you have to know it kind of game. Yeah, and that kind of game can be a lot of fun, but it, you know, can have some issues in approachability. If there was some kind of automated process, this would be fun to do. I mean, it's still fun to do, but yeah, it did take me like an hour. Well, maybe not an hour. Well, an hour including the time that it took for me to go through and check all of the games that I played, because you know, there's a couple of games on here that I didn't play on Steam. So, anyways, video games. We've got a pile of auto shooter survival games. There we go. We've got Death Must Die, Time Wasters, Vampire Survivors, Brotato with the Abyssal Terrors DLC, and Halls of Torment. I'm gonna get this one right out of the way. Time Wasters, fitting name. Not very good. Death Must Die. Death Must Die is a game that I feel has very high potential for fun. There's a lot of abilities that you can get that make for really over-the-top, you know, the kind of build that you want to have in an auto-shooter survival kind of game. Problem being, there's an aspect of this game that frustrates me a lot, and that is, each of the individual characters has a talent tree, and you earn points on this talent tree by killing bosses during runs, and the abilities on the talent tree can be either really interesting and really fun, or it can be something very basic, very filler kind of abilities, like 2.5% extra damage. And it's like, that's useful, that's good, but it's not fun, it's not exciting, it's not evocative. But then, as you get closer and closer to the bottom of the tree, then you start to get a lot more of the cooler abilities, but some of these cool abilities have prerequisites of, oh, you have to put 5 points into this ability before you can get this ability. And there's a lot of frustrating things about the way that the talent tree is designed. And then, on top of me having some qualms with the design of some of the talents, it is structured like a traditional talent tree in that you can't get all of the stuff on it. You have to come up with a build. And to me, that was terribly disappointing. I think that if you could fill out that whole fucking tree, if there were, like, I'm fine with having, like, a progression of the talents of like, oh, you gotta play for a while before you start to get these like super busted abilities, but I would like there to be some way for me to have these super busted abilities alongside each other. I would like, especially considering that the game eventually implemented a variable difficulty system where you can like, or you eventually unlock a variable difficulty system where you can like apply a bunch of different difficulty modifiers to influence things. If you have that kind of system already, let me have all the busted stuff. And then, if I want the game to be challenging after I have unlocked all of the busted stuff, give me the opportunity to toggle some of these abilities on and off, like Vampire Survivors does. Allow me to like crank up all of the challenges that I can apply to an individual run. Let me do that kind of thing. Allow me to choose how unbalanced I want my experience to be. So that stuff can be really frustrating. The class balance is not great, but once you start getting further down the talent tree, a lot of the classes are fun to play. I think it has the usual issue that most auto-shooter survivor games that give you a dash have, where if you give the player a button to hit, then if you give the player a button to hit during a game like this, then the entire balance of the game becomes balanced around using that button. Whatever that button is, like, you know, if it's like a Geometry Wars bomb kind of thing, or a dash, or whatever. If I have a button to press during active gameplay, then usually the game is designed around pressing that button pretty regularly, as opposed to just using the left analog stick and, you know, letting the auto shooting do its job. So, I enjoyed Death Must Die for the most part, but I think it has some issues with the developers having a very particular sense of how the balance of the game should work, which is additionally annoying considering that the game has a Diablo-esque loot system where even the unique items will generally have a range that the values on each of the abilities can fall within. So between randomized loot, the limited perk tree, I think it has some issues, but the core is strong, the aesthetics are good, I think the boss design is strong, and like the moment-to-moment gameplay, the different builds that you can come up with, you can get some really cool builds going. Some of the abilities, you know, are definitely a lot weaker than others, but a lot of that can be ironed out with time. I think it's a B. I enjoyed it, it's just, I have a lot of problems with it. I think like opening things up and allowing the player to choose to become super busted overpowered, I think that's an option that should be given in this kind of game. Speaking of auto shooter survival games with equipable gear, We've got Halls of Torment. There's been a couple of updates of Halls of Torment that I have not played yet, so I have not played the current version of the game. But as a whole, I think Halls of Torment is very good. I think as far as auto shooter survivor games with a particular sense of balance, I think Halls of Torment does that maybe the best in the genre. I think there is a very good sense of balance present in Halls of Torment. Even though the game does allow you to, min-max your build with various ways of making sure you get just the abilities that you want, having the right pieces of gear equipped and all of that, there are still a lot of little things that the game does to try and keep the player within expected ranges of power while still allowing the player to become very, very strong. Because the gear that you have available, while the system around unlocking the gear can be a little annoying, where you have to get the gear during a run and then send one piece of gear back to town, and then you have to buy the gear to actually use it once it's been sent back to town. It's a little cumbersome. But generally, the pieces of gear have interesting effects. Most of the gear I have found uses for in one build or another, because there is a good variety to the builds across all of the different classes. And I think the way that the different classes work is engaging and allows for a lot of fun ways of, each of the characters will only have a couple of ways that you're supposed to build them, but you can fudge it. You can force it if you know what you're doing, if you have access to the right stuff. And it is fun to do so. There are some achievements which are very frustrating to acquire in Halls of Torment, which can be an issue due to the fact that there are unlocks tied to achievements. Every achievement that you can earn for Halls of Torment is represented in-game, and some of them will just give you, a lump sum of cash, but some of them will unlock new abilities, some of them will unlock new classes, some of them will unlock permanent upgrade type things that you can invest your money into that, make your characters just straight up more powerful across the board. And sometimes these achievements can be straight up a pain in the ass. Like, oh, I just did an entire run and I didn't unlock this achievement, and I'm not exactly sure why, because the feedback is still lacking in a couple of places. But for the most part, I think Halls of Torment is still one of the best auto shooter survivors around. It definitely has a very slow start, but if you're looking for a game in this genre that is much more methodical, much more, especially early on, like slower paced, moving with intent. Halls of Torment was, early on, a game where I willingly turned off the auto attack option so that I can really time out my attacks. And it didn't bother me that I did that. Some games I will do that and it bothers me that I do that, but this one it didn't. Halls of Torment is an A. Vampire Survivors continues to be basically the peak of the genre for me. I still like Vampire Survivors more than basically any other auto shooter survivor as a full package. There are some of these games that do certain things better, but as a full package, I still think Vampire Survivors is the peak, and the Castlevania DLC, really, really good. The Castlevania DLC is really good, and there's been a lot of other DLC for that game that definitely feels worth the money. The Contra DLC is a lot of fun. The first DLC, like, the way that it experimented with the larger, pre-made, like, set-in-stone kind of map, I think the way that it handled that was really interesting, and then the second DLC really elevated that with unlocking new parts of the map, and then the Castlevania DLC really pulled that concept together. Vampire Survivors is fantastic. I did find myself playing less of it, like going back to it less than I have in previous years, and that's just part of me not having been as engaged with run-based experiences this year as I have been in the past. But I still think that it is a strong A. I enjoy that. I enjoy that game a lot. Brotato. Brotato is a game that has a lot in it. If you want a checklist kind of experience out of an auto shooter survivor, Brotato does that really, really well. Because when you go into that character select screen, you can see exactly every character that you have beaten the game with, and then the DLC adds a second map, and then you get to go through that experience of beating the new map with every character at least once. And generally, finishing a run with one of these characters will unlock something new, which is fun. I do think that Brotato has some issues with allowing you... I think the build freedom in Brotato is not as good, and that is mostly because the freedom to do what you want with any character is more limited because each of the characters is more particular about what their game plan is, just as part of the character. It's baked into the character, you know. You have one character, the pacifist, who you want to keep enemies alive as much as possible, and then you get bonuses for doing so. And there's not a ton of ways to accomplish doing that. So there will be a lot of characters that you kind of just want these weapons, these items, and then everything else you just re-roll away. But there's a lot of characters, and once you have finished the game with one of those characters, usually that character will unlock something that is good for themselves. So a character that is really focused on critical hits will unlock something that synergizes with critical hits. And now if you really enjoyed playing that character, you now have a little something extra to utilize when you play with that character again. I like Brotato a lot. It does suffer from the lack of build variety within a run. Like, going into a run, you usually, like, especially after a while, you kind of know what items you're keeping an eye out for. You know what you know what kinds of items will matter. And that can get a little repetitive, but there's a wide variety of characters there, and as you unlock more and more of these items, some of these items are like really useful for characters that maybe you wouldn't have expected. Some items can be build defining on their own, so even if the item doesn't synergize with the character that you're playing with, sometimes it's just strong enough, like sometimes the item is just strong enough on its own that you can go for it anyways. Kenshi isn't bad, I just didn't love it. So, with a big old batch of auto shooter survivor games out of the way, let's do a clump of shootin' games. Trepang 2 is a whole lot of fun. Any game where you get to dual wield combat shotguns is, like, fundamentally that's a pretty strong start, and it really nails the execution. I was not expecting the ways that you progress in Trepang 2. I thought that seeing that you get different weapon parts, I figured it would kind of be a personal preference thing, but I didn't realize, like, unlocking the ability to dual wield is so crazy. And you have a very high level of competency right out the gate, and some of the later weapon modifications that you can unlock really do change the game. I just wish it was less Doom and more Fear. Well, yeah, like, I think Trepang 2 worked really well as... Trepang 2 was a combination of new Doom and Fear, while Sulaco was a combination of old Doom and Fear, and I think both games really benefited from the influence that Fear had. I mean, the horror section, like the more horror-oriented sections of both games were not really what I'm looking for, but Trepang 2 definitely went harder on the horror stuff. And even so, I think the structure of that game fits the high-octane action feeling that it was gunning for. Gun? And I think that worked really well in its favor. I think Trepang 2 is such a solid first-person shooter action experience. And I think it's a great thing having both Trepang 2 and Sulaco side by side, because both of them nail the aspects of first-person shooter experiences, linear, single-player first-person shooter experiences that make the genre really engaging, where Trepang 2 was much more focused on twitch action, really living in the moment, reactionary, just get into a room and really fuck them up kind of gameplay. While Sulaco did a fantastic job with resource management, a lot of encounter management, a lot of strategic thinking going on in Sulaco compared to Trepang 2. Trepang 2, like, you're just sliding around, slide kicking people, like, you are in and out of cover in the blink of an eye. You rarely ever spend too much time not navigating the environment. While Sulaco, you are more likely to have tools and utilize tools that reward you for trying to take control of the space. You know, throwing down some mines, sometimes you get a turret to play with. Weapons that are much more oriented towards more strategic gameplay. While Trepang is very, you know, I've got I'm dual wielding shotguns and I have a rifle for if anyone is further than 10 feet away. So I think both of these games were really fantastic in their own ways. Sulaco really benefited from being more on the fear end of the spectrum than the doom end of the spectrum. Not just because of the way the game feels, which it felt fantastic. It felt very different from Trepang, but it felt fantastic. And also really leaning into a lot of immersive sim type gameplay. You know, it had some of the old, you know, Duke Nukem 3D kind of secret hunting, but the way that it went about a decent amount of its secret hunting felt inspired by immersive sims as much as it felt inspired by certain older shooters. So, you know, stacking boxes to climb up to a ledge where there's a couple of health pickups, or sometimes doing that to navigate an environment in a way to, like, get the drop on your enemies, or bypassing puzzles by... You know, there was one part where I skipped, like, several rooms worth of puzzles just by stacking a bunch of barrels to make a bridge across a gap. Just tons of fun. I really enjoyed both of these games. I think I'm putting both of them in S tier. I think I really had a fantastic time with both Trepang and Sulaco. I think overall, I would put Sulaco above Trepang, but it's so close, like, completely interchangeable, and it's interchangeable just based on mood, really. Like, do you want a more strategic experience? Do you want a more, like, pure action kind of experience? And they're both good. Cyberpunk, I played most of the Phantom Liberty DLC. I still have not finished the DLC, I haven't finished the game, but I've played a bunch of the DLC. I don't love the setting that most of the DLC, the Phantom Liberty DLC, takes place in. I feel like they could have better made use of the verticality of the area that they put you in. I feel like there's a lot of that region that feels just very grungy, very run down, and not a lot going on. And the main game already had a lot of that going on. I don't think the game needed more of that. Now, as of the point in the DLC that I'm currently in, I'm currently at a like, ritzy, high-class, high-roller kind of party doing a bunch of cool spy shit. And that's rad. I'm having a great time with that. But I just think that, for the most part, the area that they put you in for the DLC, I didn't find it super exciting. I would have liked either something that felt a little classier, or something that gave you a little more freedom to move around, and like a little more stuff to do navigating the environment. With that said, I still think Cyberpunk 2077, as it exists right now, is a fantastic video game. I like it a lot. It has issues. Of course it has issues. In many ways, it feels lacking in meaningful role-playing experiences. Not to say it doesn't have any, but it does the thing where V is something of an established character with a personality of their own. And so when you are going into it, because there is a certain amount of definition within the character before you even start playing the game, there are times where it feels like you are playing as a character and not getting a lot of input. You are following the story and not having a whole lot of decisions, like meaningful decisions that influence things. Even just within side stories, a lot of side stories are just like, did you kill the guy or not? Well, I'm glad you didn't kill the guy. Case closed. But I don't think that detracts from how much fun the game can be. The core gameplay is really fantastic. I'm playing a build that is really oriented towards throwing knives, and once I am... If throwing knives ain't working out, I can pop the Sandevistan, slow down time, and just really carve them to pieces with a katana. And that is so much fun. What's also fun is, like, especially with the DLC, there are certain things about the DLC that make being a sharpshooter even more fun. There are things about the DLC that make using explosives or using, like, really heavy melee type stuff. There's a really good variety to the ways that you can play the game, and while I appreciate games that make pacifism a meaningful thing that you can do, being a pacifist is harder and less rewarding moment to moment, but, it can have influences on how people see you. You can get better rewards if you manage to remain a pacifist, or sometimes it's just like, no, you don't get any prizes, you just, good job not killing people. But they made a change so that, like, hiding people in, like, a crate or a dumpster or something, hiding a body kills them. No matter where you hide them, no matter how you hide them, like, if you hide a body in a container, they fucking die. And just, once I saw that, it was like, alright, I'm just gonna murder people. And I think that's the right choice. I think due to the slightly weaker role-playing aspects of the game, it does kind of encourage you to engage with the action aspects of the game a little more in a way that works. Now, that's not to say that the story is bad or the writing is bad. I like a lot of the writing. I like a lot of the characters, and I think the story is really interesting. I love talking to Johnny. Johnny Silverhand is such a fun character because in some ways he's right. In some ways, you know, fuck the corpos. They're not looking out for you. They're not looking out for the little guy. It's always about the bottom line. But in other ways, he is just so locked into his old grudges and his hatred for the system and his, like, so much of what drives him is just a desire to lash out against whatever has wronged him. And that makes him a fun character to talk with. Like, as V, it's just a lot of fun to talk to Johnny, because it's like, I get it, you're right, but also you're wrong. Like, you're right, but also you're wrong. Like, you get to have really interesting conversations with him. Like, you can just totally agree with him straight up, straight down, just like, you're right. We should nuke Arasaka headquarters. That sounds like a fantastic idea. I love what you're working with. But sometimes it's just like, dude, you are just a bitter old ghost. Like, you just don't have a place in the world anymore, and I am going to try and get rid of you as soon as possible. But my experience is having a lot of... I get a lot out of, you know, talking to him like he's a person. Like, you absolutely have a point there, and I agree. But also, you should consider this other side of things. And if you try and work with him, if you try and befriend him, then it does feel like you make progress. It feels, as of the point in the game that I'm at, it feels like Johnny is a more understanding person. It feels like Johnny is a person that has grown over the course of his adventures with V. And it's like, this is great. Someone described his back bling in Fortnite as, what if you put a plane from 9/11 as a cosmetic? I mean, yeah. I mean, like, the difference being the connotation with a real-life event, but in-universe, the comparison is... In-universe, the comparison makes sense. Yeah, he's got a duffel bag, and there's some shit in that duffel bag. And he uses the thing that's in that duffel bag for nefarious purposes. And Johnny Silverhand is a terrorist. Like... no arguing that. The only question is, like, did he have a point, though? And kinda. Anyways. The more I talked about... the more I talked about it, the more I really came to the conclusion, like, no, I enjoy Cyberpunk 2077 a lot. I think it is a really fantastic open-world action RPG. Even if some of the role-playing aspects are a little lacking, it makes up for in the moment-to-moment gameplay. Just moving around in that game can be a lot of fun. The driving is not amazing, it's good. But what's a lot of fun is when you get the dash ability, and then you get the air dash ability, and then you get the double jump legs, and so you're just zipping down the street of just like jump out of a dash to keep some of your momentum, and then air dash, and then double jump out of that air dash to keep your momentum, and like you're just schmoving through the streets, and it's fun to do. There's something particular about the setting that really puts you off of it. It's very grungy, and it's very oriented around, like, the corporations are blatantly evil, and that's just how it is. And I appreciate that vibe not being what some people might be looking for. Oh, also, the Biosculpted Exotics, I think is the name of the mod. The mod that adds in furries. That mod is really well crafted and fits into the world very, very well. Shadowrun's setting didn't have the same effect. Well, Shadowrun's setting, you were experiencing Shadowrun's setting through Dan. And Dan generally lightens things up by comparison. Oh, the Shadowrun games? I think the Shadowrun games are a lot less oriented towards focusing on the there's a lot less... Okay. Words. Get out of here. There's a lot less direct confrontation between these criminals just trying to get by versus corporations. Cyberpunk puts that confrontation very much in the forefront. It's very much the driving force of the setting, is how overpowering all of these corporations are, while Shadowrun is much more honed in on job by job, mission by mission, like what things are like on the streets. Those Shadowrun games are really good. Wait, no Shadow... Those Shadowrun games are really good. Aptioner. Okay. I can't talk more about Cyberpunk. I like it a lot. It's great. Try it out if it's on sale. I need to move on. Does Shadowrun paint daily life as a mess, or can you be well off in it? It is generally a mess. But being well off is being successful, is being skilled, is not getting killed on the job. So, you know, rides both sides of the rail. Okay. Eiyuden Chronicles Rising. I was very engaged with this game conceptually, because it is a side-scrolling action game where you are also doing city-building type stuff, and I hear about that, I'm like, fantastic, sign me up. I love city-building, I love side-scrolling action. But even though this game lets you play as a kangaroo person, I don't think it's good. Maybe it gets better as time goes on, but I don't think the core combat was strong enough to carry the game on its own, and I think a lot of the city building aspects boiled down to go back to this area and grind for materials so that we can build the tavern. And if the core gameplay were more fun, I am totally down to do that kind of thing, but I just didn't jive with the core combat. I don't think it was that engaging. It's been a long time since I've played it now. I played it earlier on in the year. So it's hard for me to go back and think about what exactly about the combat didn't click with me, but it just didn't. I don't know, I didn't love it. I think the aesthetics were alright, but even then, a lot of the character designs I didn't think were particularly appealing. Nah, just wasn't for me. Next up we have RZ, and I went into it expecting a game that was... Sorry. I went into it expecting a game that was very aware of being a CDI Zelda-inspired game. I expected it to be a lot more willingly janky. I expected... In some ways, I expected it to be cheesier, and I expected it to be more referential towards the CDI Zelda games. But I was pleasantly surprised how much RZ stands on its own. There's a lot of things about the way the game looks that if you were not familiar with the CDI Zelda games would definitely come across as very odd. But I think you could absolutely pick up RZ, play it start to finish, and it's not that long. Play it start to finish, having absolutely no awareness of the CDI Zelda games, and have a fantastic time with it. And if you are familiar with the CDI Zelda games, then it nails so much of the weird, almost unintentional charm of it. I do think that some of the cutscenes didn't get it quite right. There are some scenes where they utilize 3D models with a filter applied to them, and I think those are the weakest part of the game. Because you can tell they don't look quite right, and you really wanted a lot. When you're gunning for that aesthetic, that very particular aesthetic, you really want to nail the look and the feel of the cutscenes. And most of the cutscenes worked out really well. I think a lot of the cutscenes nailed it. But some of the cutscenes just didn't look quite right, didn't have the right cadence to them. But even so, I think it does a great job evoking the charm of the CDI Zeldas, while also being fun to play. RZ is a really solid little action platformer. I think some of the backtracking gets a little excessive, but the areas do not take a huge amount of time to get through, so even that is not a huge issue. It's really fun, it's really cute. I think it's very funny that they got some of the people from the CDI Zelda games back to do voices, and they also got, you know, some internet personalities. It was fun to hear Vinny Vinesauce as the Frogman. But the abilities were fun. It didn't really feel like there were any abilities that felt unnecessary. It felt like over the course of the game, I was earning new abilities that I was utilizing that felt meaningful, even if some of them just turned out to be, you know, essentially a key. I think it all worked out really well. I would have liked there to be more of it. I think that's my biggest complaint. I would have liked there to be more RZ. So I don't think the gameplay does anything astounding enough to bump it up to S, but very charming. Lot of fun. You know, I got 100% in it in a single stream and saw pretty much all there was to see. And I had a great time doing it. Gravity Circuit. Gravity Circuit was a Mega Man Zero-esque game, which the Zero games were never my jam in a major way, but I think Gravity Circuit, I think it managed to stand alone while still having a lot of the charm and appeal of the source material. Which is kind of why I put it next to RZ. It's, hey, we made one of those, but not official. There were aspects of the Gravity Circuit gameplay loop that I wish I clicked with a little more. Certain parts of the combat, certain parts of the level design that I respect as being good, but some things, just mechanics that were like, you know, I would have liked to get more into this mechanic, but Gravity Circuit is not a very long game. It feels like a game that is pretty replayable. I mean, a lot of the Mega Man games aren't super long either. But I'm having trouble coming up with more to say about it. Like, the visuals were really solid, the audio design was pretty good, but the core of it is, if you like Mega Man Zero, you should probably play Gravity Circuit. That's kind of the bottom line here. I'll put it in the A tier. Pretty good. 9 sols. Now, let's get it out of the way. Nine Sols is one of the most S-tier games that I have streamed, I feel. Nine Sols is a truly incredible experience, start to finish. The visuals are incredible, the audio design is fantastic, the writing is gripping, the aesthetic and the setting are all so good, all while having core gameplay that has the right amount of challenge for me. But even if it's too overwhelming, even the difficulty settings are adjustable. There's only 2 difficulty modes, either normal mode or story mode. The only difference between the two, be it in terms of content, is there's an achievement that you get for beating the game on normal mode. And otherwise, I believe you can experience all of the content the game has to offer on story mode. And what story mode offers you, I don't remember if there are other aspects of story mode, but the core of the story mode difficulty is that it allows you to adjust how much damage enemies deal and how much health enemies have. And so you can set it to just how you want it. If you just need a little help to get past a boss, there are systems in place that you can experiment with, but sometimes it's just like, I don't have the patience to keep bashing my face. Oh, I should have the Spotify up. There we go. Some people don't have the time or the patience to keep bashing their head against one of the game's many very, very challenging bosses, and that's fine. So sometimes it's just, I need a little bit of help. I need to not get 1 or 2 shot by some of these attacks. I need just a little more leniency. Or I just don't have the endurance to make it through this boss fight. You know, this is a several minute long boss fight where I am expected to be on the top of my game, start to finish. So I can turn down their health a little bit. And I think that kind of accessibility is super, super valuable, especially in a game that has as strong a narrative as Nine Sols. If nothing else, I just wanted to see the next cutscene in Nine Sols, because the cutscenes were beautifully animated. I wanted to see the next dialogue. I wanted to see what these characters were going to say next, because the characterization was so strong. Xuan is just one of the best child characters in a video game. He is in many ways very believable as a child character, while still being... He's... In some ways, he's like, you know, you have a kid, and you raise them, and eventually that kid has become mature enough that you're just hanging out with them. It's not purely like, I am the adult and I am teaching you. It's, we are interacting in a meaningful way. And I think the relationship between Yi and Xuan feels... It's so endearing. There is the way they talk and the way that Yi tries to be a good influence, and the ways that he is a good influence, and the ways that Xuan is a good influence on him. Just, it's not purely, I am taking care of this child, but the two characters were learning from one another and developing meaningfully from their interactions. And the other characters are also a lot of fun to interact with. The merchant and the drunkard and the other cat fella. It's just, it's a world that I felt very invested in. I wanted so badly to see what happens next, and even during the times where the game is gruesome and grim and violent, there was always a sense of hope present within the game. And so it's a game that it doesn't show its horror hand too much, but it is a game developed by a studio who made a name for themselves off of horror adventure games, you know. You can feel that in some places, and there were some moments therein where the grim aspects of the story and the setting, or some gruesome visuals, like, made me sick to my stomach at times. You know, there's a scene where Yi gets badly injured, and that scene just, I felt it. I felt it throughout my whole body, of just like, even before they show it, you know how bad it is. And then they show it, and it's even worse. And it's... oh, God. But that moment... That moment is a flashback. And so you know that he wasn't dead. But even so, it's brutal. And there are parts of the story that really tug at the heartstrings. But it all feels so well earned. And I'm not talking a lot about the core gameplay here, because in many ways the gameplay is not what I loved about it. I did love the gameplay. The gameplay was... I felt like it did a really good job of balancing the two sides of the high difficulty action game coin of... it's easy once you learn the patterns, and it's easy once you, like, have built up your reactions. You have to learn fundamental things about the game in order to... and you have to learn what the enemies are capable of. But the game does not turn into a rhythm game once you know all of their moves, because there are still a lot of little things that go into any combat encounter, and all of those feed into the reaction side of things. So there are a lot of fights that you can win purely by having a good feel for the game and not necessarily knowing everything that the enemy is capable of doing. But you're definitely rewarded for learning what the enemies are capable of. And there's a variety of build options, you know, certain jades that you can kit yourself out in to make your gameplay experience fit the way that you play the game a little better. You know, do you want to rely entirely on being really good at the parries, or do you want to set yourself up so that you can take a few more hits? You know, you're not going to be dealing as much damage as fast, but you can take a few more hits. You can afford to be a little slower in the way that you approach the encounters, and that's fine. That's totally viable. The boss design, visually and gameplay-wise, the bosses are just so much fun to learn and to play out, and the bosses will whoop your ass. I spent 6 hours on the final boss, and I did not regret a second of it. I don't think I can continue to go on about how much I love Nine Sols, because I could talk about how much I love this game for hours. But it's very difficult to call it my game of the year in a year where Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth came out. Having finished Infinite Wealth, I think the competition is closer than I would have expected it to be. And that's not me saying that Infinite Wealth turned out worse than I expected, but I think part of it might be that on reflection, I enjoyed Nine Sols that much. But, you know, if we want to make those two games fight for supremacy, then we'll get to it. But yeah, Nine Sols, my favorite Metroidvania of all time, and one of my favorite video games of all time. It's so fucking good. Okay. Now we get to talk a little bit about a game with a cat protagonist that wasn't quite as good. Cuisinier is a Recettar-esque experience. You run a little restaurant and you go out on little isometric action adventures to gather materials to run the restaurant with. I think the designs in the game are very cute. Most of the characters are cat folk, and I liked the way they looked. There were some unique character designs that were a lot of fun, very cute. The aesthetics of the game as a whole were generally quite strong. And there were some neat little mechanics that you would unlock over time, but I just didn't go back to it. I just didn't. After streaming it, I just didn't go back and play more. I think the core gameplay was just not quite good enough. It felt very standard isometric action kind of deal. Maybe I go back to it at some point and get a little deeper in, unlock some more mechanics, and maybe there is some kind of depth to it that I was missing, but I don't think so. I think it's fine. I don't think it's bad, but I think it's a C tier. I think it's just, I enjoyed it, but I don't know how much I loved it. Now, we've got another big ol' pile of related video games. So, we'll talk about Bloodstained first. Bloodstained is very much... I think it is what you want and what is a natural evolution of the Igavania. All of these classic Castlevania games being directed by Iga. IGA. And Bloodstained being what he did after moving on from Konami makes a lot of sense. it is a solid experience of that vein. There is a really interesting variety of these enemy soul abilities that you collect. A lot of fun pieces of equipment to find, and the exploration felt good. It felt rewarding to find the next place to explore, to discover a new ability, and have that moment of, aha, I know exactly where to take this. Getting the blood drain ability from the vampire lady, and then it's like, oh, what exactly am I gonna do with this? Like, oh, this seems like a neat ability, but then, even if you don't get it right away, then you realize, oh, this fountain close to the entrance to the castle, so there's no way that you would have missed it. This fountain is full of blood. Can I drink that blood? And you can. And then it takes you to a new area. It did all of the things that the Igavanias did well. It does all of those things. It gives you new, interesting abilities and a variety of puzzles to use those new abilities. Sometimes the puzzles are as simple as just, oh, this is basically just a key, because this gives me the ability to move this obstacle out of the way, and then I move on. But I think it's a very solid experience. It does have issues. It has the issues that developed with the Igavanias from Aria of Sorrow and Dawn of Sorrow, of the soul system having some issues, such as drop rates. The drop rates in these games has a history of being absurd, especially with several games just like, oh, the luck stat doesn't actually work. But in addition to the drop rates having issues, there's also the problem of the issue of this ability, this soul, gets better the more I have of it. So, I mean, like, well, I gotta get as much of this soul as I can, and then you end up doing that for a soul that is from an enemy that's annoying to spawn, an enemy that has a very low drop rate for its soul. So even playing with a mod that drastically increased the drop rates of basically everything across the board, there were times where I really had to put my nose to the grindstone. There were times where I was farming the same enemy for a while. And that's not necessary to beat the game. But sometimes when you're doing that just to get a new soul, a new shard, what have you, for the first time, that sucks. And yeah, there is also the issue of the balance between the souls is not amazing. That Dullahan head ability, the Dullahan flail, that ability is just so much better than basically every other thing. Like, almost every other offensive ability in the game. And it's not powerful in an interesting way, either. It's just, it does pretty good damage, it's fast, it has a low cost, and it has an absurdly large hitbox. But even so, even with all of the issues that Bloodstained has, I really enjoy Igavania games. Like, I just really enjoy that core style of game. I enjoy Metroidvanias as a whole, but in particular Igavanias. I find the structure of the game engaging and a lot of fun, and then also I'm willing to grind for getting some of the most interesting pieces of gear, some of the most interesting souls. It's just, I wish I didn't have to grind quite so much. Symphony of the Night. Absolute classic. It has... Oh, talking a bit more about Bloodstained. One of the worst aspects of Bloodstained, aside from the grind issue, which is present in several of these games, the visuals are kinda weak. You really feel some of the asset store looking assets in this game at times. There are a lot of really good designs, some really fun enemies, some fun looking environments. The game does not look bad, but it would have been nice to see more of the budget, like more of a budget put towards the visuals. Okay. Symphony of the Night. I think Symphony of the Night has overall aged well. It still has some jank that you would expect from... Oh, goodness. I need more caffeine. One moment. It still has some issues that you would expect from an older game of the genre. Because one of the biggest things that comes about from iterating on a genre is usually quality of life. So, certain things in Symphony of the Night, like the way that you use... the way the inventory works could be quite annoying to deal with. You know, not having separate parts of your inventory for weapons or, like, things that you use in your hands. Not having a separate section of your inventory for equipment. Like, it felt frustrating at times to navigate to use my items, to navigate the inventory. Relatively minor problem. And there were times where going back through the castle, hunting down where exactly I'm supposed to be going next, sometimes felt a little slow, a little sluggish. So, having a little more access to warp points, having a little more signposting as to where to go next, little things that would have made the experience better, but even going all the way back to it after playing Bloodstained, which has a lot of modern design sensibility to it, I think Symphony still holds up. The aesthetics, it is a beautiful game. The soundtrack is fantastic, and gotta love Alucard. Alucard is so fucking cool. And so, Symphony, A tier at least. I don't have a huge amount of nostalgia for Symphony. We're about to get to some games that I do have nostalgia for, but I'll tell you, these aren't getting into S tier either. I love Alucard and his sorbs. So you are the one called Shaft? Yeah. Symphony is fantastic. I could listen to that guy talk all day. You steal men's souls! It was not by my choice. Fantastic voice cast. Great stuff. I think about thank you all the time. Anytime I'm buying shit in a shop, I'm thinking about that voice line. Just in any video game. For some people, it's the Resident Evil 4 merchant. For me, it's library guy in Symphony. So, Aria of Sorrow. This was the game that kind of invented what an Igavania would be moving forwards. It introduced the soul system. It introduced a lot of the design sensibilities. Symphony, in some ways, feels a little abstracted from Igavanias as a genre, just because of how much it set the baseline for what everything afterwards would be like. That Aria felt like it kind of... Symphony stands on its own more, while Aria feels like the DS Igavanias that followed took a lot from Aria, rather than all of them taking from Symphony. If you can kind of feel what I'm trying to get for. What I'm trying to get to. But yeah, Aria of Sorrow, classic game. Introduced the soul system, and souls are such an interesting and fun system, and there's no wonder why Iga kept going back to it, because the soul system is just a lot of fun to experiment with. It's a good way to give the players a regular stream of new abilities. Because they're not always great abilities, but just, hey, every unique enemy that you come across will give you a new ability. That new ability might suck, but it's new. And maybe it's good. Sometimes it's just, oh, it increases your strength. Sometimes it's, oh, you throw a bone in a weird, awkward arc, and the bone doesn't do a lot of damage. But sometimes it's, you fire a big-ass laser beam. Sometimes it's, you get a dive kick. You know, it's exciting. It's a system that, while the Igavania series, the Igavania games, are so good at feeling rewarding for exploration, you know, giving you, cool, you broke the hidden wall, here's a new little sword, here's an HP up, here's an MP up. Just lots of these games in general are so good at giving you lots of little prizes. You're not just relying on XP drops or money drops. You're getting unique pieces of gear, you're getting a wide variety of consumables, which can just be fun. Just like, oh man, I got a bowl of ramen off of that living armor. Awesome. But the souls are just... What ability do I get off of this enemy? It's so much fun to think about, and it really makes you excited to see new enemies in a way, like, it adds another layer of excitement to find a new enemy. Finding new enemies in these games can be fun in general, just because sometimes it's like, a Nova Skeleton? What's a Nova Skeleton? Holy shit! No, that skeleton just did a Kamehameha at me. What do you mean skeleton ape? What do you mean the skeleton ape just threw a barrel down a set of stairs at me? Like, the enemy design is a lot of fun across these games in general, but the soul system just gave it that little extra zest of what ability do I get from the skeleton ape? Do I get to fire the Nova Skeleton's laser? What does hyena with gun give me? Oh, I can shoot a gun. It's great! Yeah, like, it's an issue throughout the entire, like, throughout any of these games that have this soul system of, basically across the board, the drop rates are too low. And even in the games that don't have the soul system, there are also, like, oh, you want a better weapon? Well, this guy drops a better weapon. This guy drops the best weapon in the game. He drops the best weapon of the game at a less than 1% drop rate. It's the best weapon in the game, though. You want the best weapon in the game, don't you? So, I think these games could put a little more effort towards being better about their grind. And that is generally the worst part of any of these games. But Aria, despite being the first one to do the soul system, I think it does the soul system really well. I think even though, like, it has some issues with controls being a little jank due to it being on the Game Boy Advance, which didn't even have 4 face buttons, I think it's a really solid experience that still holds up. I think that's basically the bottom line with Aria. Also, for a Game Boy Advance game, Aria of Sorrow looks really fucking cool. And Dracula mode Soma Cruz is so hot. It's an A tier. Aria of Sorrow is real great. Now, Dawn of Sorrow. Look how they massacred my boy, and so on and so forth. They turned the aesthetics of the game into Saturday morning cartoon, which is really unfortunate. But the actual, like, in-game the moment-to-moment gameplay, like the sprites, like the gameplay, not the character portraits and all that, does look really nice. There are some really nice animations in this game. Some really fun ability effects. Dawn is not as strong an experience start to finish. It has issues of the balance for certain areas can feel pretty out of whack. Even though it introduced a system where you can like gradually upgrade your weapons over the course of the game, there are a lot of spots where it feels like I should have gotten a better weapon by now. And part of that is because, a lot of the weapons that would have been good at this point in the game, like between this notable weapon and this notable weapon, a lot of weapons are random drops from enemies. And that sucks. But while it's not as solid an experience as Aria is, I think it's... And, like, the story is kind of weird. It's not as good as Aria. It may be the weakest overall of the Igavanias. I think it is. It's very funny that basically every enemy explodes when you kill them. Like you're playing an Aqua Teen Hunger Force game. Why were the female characters written like that? Why was every character written like that? The writing in Dawn of Sorrow blows. Straight up. But it's still fun. It's still a really solid Igavania experience, if that's what you're looking for. Now talk about Saturday morning cartoon. Good old Jonathan Charlotte experience. Yeah, no problem. That stupid little smirk of his. The writing was not much better in Portrait, but I think the core gameplay for Portrait of Ruin is pretty good. I would have liked to see more done with the concept of going into like these unique worlds within the portraits. I think the clown zone, the circus type area, I think that one was the best example of what these like Mario 64 ass portrait worlds could be like in Portrait of Ruin. And I think I respect the concept of, well, you know you're gonna have everything that you need to get through this portrait world when you first come to it. And so instead of having these areas which are essentially unique areas but part of a larger cohesive map, being able to send the player, it's like, okay, go into this area, and then you will go into this area, finish this area, and then be done with that area. I do think that the feeling of exploring the world, it felt smaller as a result. Like, you know, oh, you get up to 1000% map completion, but and how late game, like, one of the things that you do late game is you visit, like, you just revisit more evil versions of those portrait worlds. I think the moment-to-moment gameplay of Portrait is really good, but the exploration is relatively weak. Now, the moment-to-moment gameplay, that's some good shit. They cut out the soul system, but you still had a variety of abilities, and then you had a variety of abilities split between two characters. And the way that you could control like both of the characters using the touch screen and have, well, you can have both characters active at the same time. And the risk there is, oh, when they get hit you lose mana, and so there is a risk to having both of them out. And the differences between the two, like, they play very differently. It's a lot of fun. So I think the downsides of the exploration feeling a bit weaker due to there being more and more blatantly linear sections are compensated by the action gameplay being really solid. And the writing is better than Dawn of Sorrow, but low bar. Portrait of Ruin still feels very Saturday morning cartoon in a lot of ways, but it feels more cohesive a Saturday morning cartoon than Dawn does. And I think part of what makes Dawn feel so rough in the aesthetics and writing department is that it is a direct sequel to Aria, which was pretty strong in those areas. Yeah, having it be a new cast worked out really well if they were going to continue to have the aesthetics be like that. So it's another A. I still liked Portrait of Ruin a lot, and this order is not one-to-one. There are certain parts of each of these games that I liked more than the others. But they're all really solid games. They're all great. And I'm looking forward to playing Order of Ecclesia. Probably going to be starting that after I get back from A&E. So not this coming week, but the following week. We'll probably be starting Order of Ecclesia. And I'm looking forward to that. So, great year for Castlevania. Had a great time playing through the Igavania games, most of them. Last year was also a good year for randomly getting into cultivation type stuff for a little bit. We have Amazing Cultivation Simulator and is it Tale or Tales of Immortal? Tale of Immortal, singular. A really interesting pair of games that really warrant you being into the source material. Or, not source material per se, but you gotta be into cultivation type media to really to get a real good attachment to these games. And I have never actually read any of these cultivation web novels. I have not consumed a lot of cultivation type media. There are certain parts of certain inspirations for these cultivation stories that are relatively widespread. The whole Taoist mythology had a lot of influence on Nine Sols as well. But it is a really interesting, like, subgenre of Eastern fantasy. And both of these games approach it from very different angles, but they have the same core of you are trying to become immortal. And in order to become immortal, you have to follow some esoteric rituals. You have to get obscenely powerful, and the power scaling for these stories is just ludicrous. And both of these games go about it in very different ways. They have very different feels, and that works out to make both of these games worth playing if you are into that kind of thing, or even interested in that kind of thing, and very willing to learn. You gotta be real open to just... the game's gonna say some shit to you, and that shit is going to be... the translation is not gonna be perfect, and you're just gonna have to you're just gonna have to internalize that however you can. Is that what genre of narrative Cultist Simulator was? No. Esoteric rituals... no. Yes, esoteric rituals, but cultivation, no. The kind of esoteric rituals you're undergoing in cultivation stories is... I guess there is some amount of similarities between just rituals in general. Like, here, consume this mysterious substance and then go meditate, and then you're gonna see some shit. You know, that's nothing unique, but you kind of have to... you can compare Cultist Simulator to the tribulations present in in cultivation stories. You can make the comparison between Cultist Sim and cultivation. They both have cult in it. But you have thrown me so far off the fucking rails here. You gotta stretch is what I'm saying. Just the concept of a mysterious ritual for great power. You know, there's going to be some similarities. Okay. Both Amazing Cultivation Simulator and Tale of Immortal, they go about it in very, very different ways. Amazing Cultivation Simulator is like Taoist RimWorld, if you will. You are setting up and running what is functionally a colony. You are providing for these people's needs, like basic survival needs, and alongside this, you are also attempting to gain more wealth, gain more power, start defending yourself from outside threats. But instead of developing machine gun turrets and assault rifles and, you know, belts that turn into force field barriers, you are crafting flying swords and using alchemy and talismans to give people unimaginable power, and then just developing your most important characters into these obscenely powerful immortals capable of killing many people with just a thought and having this overwhelming chi and all that jazz. Meanwhile, Tale of Immortal is much more focused on an individual's journey towards reaching those power levels, and the moment-to-moment gameplay, instead of being a colony management simulator type deal, you are going on, like, you are navigating this overworld, this tile-based turn-by-turn overworld. And then when you get into an encounter, you find some kind of adventure to engage in, then it's a twin-stick shooter. And yet, both of these games do nail the feeling of engaging with these weird rituals to gain greater strength. For both of them, you are often having to acquire the right materials in order to make this breakthrough to reach the next level of power. It's just, in one, you might be sending your characters on adventures or trading for some of these items. Meanwhile, in Tale of Immortal, you might be going out and fighting a mini-boss or something in order to try and get your hands on these materials. And then once you have these materials, then you get to make these breakthroughs, you get access to more powerful techniques, and these techniques are like special attacks, and you can, like, basic attacks, special attacks, ultimate abilities, and the ways that all of these abilities, you can really make interesting builds in this game, because, this ability gives you stacks of this effect, and this other ability uses stacks of that effect to gain extra power, and stuff like that. Some of the abilities just naturally synergize really well. It's really interesting, but it can be pretty obtuse. It can be difficult to approach cultivation media, just because it uses a lot of terminology that can be difficult to keep track of, and a lot of cultivation games and such, they will often not have fantastic translations. They are usually games that are translated from, Chinese into English. They're fun. Amazing Cultivation Simulator and Tale of Immortal are both fun. However, the esotericism, the esoteric aspects of Amazing Cultivation Simulator are a lot more difficult to grapple with than Tale of Immortal. Tale of Immortal, a lot of it is just... It is much easier to understand what your objectives are in Tale of Immortal. Amazing Cultivation Simulator, sometimes you're just trying to set up, I just want a couple of farms, I just want to, get some basic goods production underway, and then I made one of my disciples' rooms out of the wrong materials and put stuff in the room made of the wrong materials, and then, oops, it's 900 degrees Celsius inside this room, and so my disciple just burned to death when they tried to go to bed at night. It's a lot. Tale of Immortal, I would put as an A. In spite of the odd translation and the budget feel to some aspects of it, I think the core gameplay is a lot of fun. The twin-stick shooter segments are fun, and there's a lot of really engaging story within to follow. Like, lots of little mythological tales that you can follow along with. And like, sometimes you can just come across a cool storyline to follow, and it's not really based in any mythology. It's just, oh, this character just came up to me and started talking, and then we hit it off, and then they were like, hey, go help me go beat this person up, and then you beat that person up, and then that person has powerful friends, and then you start getting beat up by their powerful friends. And it can really craft its, like, it has enough good systems for crafting, like, on the fly narratives that you really feel like you were going on an adventure. While Amazing Cultivation Simulator, I'm putting it more as a B. The systems are very difficult to approach. Even as someone who was, I went into it more familiar with some of the familiar enough with some of the genre conventions, and I went into it with a willingness to learn the systems. And even after that, I think part of it might be the sandbox nature of it made it a little more difficult to find ways of progressing than might be expected. I don't know. But yeah, the feng shui system, the way the materials interact, what is expected of you to have to make your characters more powerful, it can all be very difficult to learn. And also, if you want to make your characters into cool animal people, then there's a very distinct chance that if that character is worth half a goddamn at all, then after like 2 weeks of gameplay, then a couple of storm clouds descend from the sky and strike that character with lightning, and then that character turns into a demon that just kills all of your other disciples, and then you lose, and you have to start over. And that's annoying. But it's interesting. Gotta give it to that. We gotta give it to it for that. It's interesting, I'll tell you that. Guaranteed. Dwarf Fortress style fun. Yeah. Now we've got another. You lose, but in a very funny way. Yeah, there are some very interesting ways for things to fuck up. God damn, you keep giving me new things to talk about. In Amazing Cultivation Simulator, objects can just spontaneously develop sentience. And sometimes they will develop sentience and not like you. So, suddenly, one of the swords that you had just lying around in the warehouse gets up and starts walking, and then starts talking shit. So, you better watch out. Hello, Dura. How's it going? Hope your stream went well. Got another pile of run-based games here. We've got Path of Akra, Balatro, and Rabbit and Steel, and also kind of UFO 50, we'll get to it. Path of Akra is an incredible distillation of the roguelike experience. Path of Akra is very cool in the way that you pick a race, a class, and a god, and hop right into it. The controls are very simple. You can move in any of the basic 8 directions. You can press a button to automatically take a step towards or do a basic attack against the closest enemy. Depending on your god, you will have up to 3 different prayers, which you can activate by pressing 1, 2, or 3, and that's just the prayer. What the prayers do depends entirely on the god, like how you get charges for your different prayers. Some gods, the prayers don't actually do anything if you use them, but if you have a bunch of prayers, like if you have a bunch of prayers stocked up, then you get bonuses. Or sometimes it's like, oh, if you get too much of this prayer, then bad things happen. So you can have up to 3 prayers, and then you can also hit the spacebar to do nothing. And sometimes you can make an entire build where you press spacebar to do nothing at the start of a floor, and then your character will automatically teleport to and obliterate every single enemy on the floor. And then you move on. You saw that. That was wild. Yeah, it's a very, very cool game if you enjoy build crafting. Just in general. Because it has the system that it uses, it has very particular verbiage that it uses. And once you learn that verbiage, then you can really abuse it. You can find all kinds of different ways of, well, this ability lets me attack enemies at a distance. But then that doesn't actually synergize with my current build, because what my current build does is when I attack things, I deal damage to everything around me. And so if I attack an enemy from a distance, then there aren't any enemies around me, and then I'm like wasting value. So what can I do instead? Oh, well, since I want enemies to be around me anyways, I can set it up so that if enemies attack me, then I hurt them in some way. Now, when it says attack, that doesn't say hit. So I can have this ability where they're allowed to attack me, and when they attack me, I do good stuff, but they don't have to hit me. So I can stack a whole bunch of evasion so that enemies will try and get up close to me in melee and try and hit me, and they will never hit me. And so I just stand there waiting to dodge them all to death. I could have a build where whenever I take a step, I attack the nearest enemy. Alright, so I'm going to stack up a bunch of effects that do stuff when I take a step. And then every single turn, I'm just going to move on to a new tile. I'm never going to try and directly attack an enemy because I don't have to. I just walk past the enemy and they die. And it's very condensed. There's not a ton of juggling loot. Like, usually when you get a piece of loot, you know if that piece of loot is good for you or not. But then, even then, like, sometimes you just want to have a lot of items in your inventory because of some ability you have. Like, maybe the race of your character loves to just have a bunch of stuff in their backpack. Or maybe your character just eats every item they come across and they get bonuses from that. It's very fast, and you can come up with some really fun builds, some really goofy, just like, well, I'm a summoner build, but my survivability isn't really that good. But I came up with a solution. If I just summon an ally into every single available space on the entire floor, the enemies can't walk past them to come hurt me. Problem solved! Path of Akra is a lot of fun. It still does not... I think it doesn't get the S tier just because of the... I haven't really been super digging into run-based experiences this year. But Path of Akra, I think, is a game that I want to go back and play more of once I'm in the mood for it. It is a lot of fun, and it's cheap. You get this on sale, you can get this super cheap on sale, and, you know, you get it on a good sale, then, you know, whether you spend a couple hours with it or 100, you're generally gonna feel pretty content with your purchase. Like, the game is so good at making interesting things happen. Balatro is also very good at making interesting things happen. Now, my favorite Balatro experience out of the time that I put into it was playing the game where every single thing that I tried to make happen resulted in earning $20. Just... the entire run was just like, yo, check it out. I could make my deck better. But what if I got $20? And I had a great time with that. Because I also found ways to make getting $20 work for me. You know, getting some jokers that got better the more money I had, or getting better whenever I earn money, or so on. They would add multipliers, and then at that point, if I'm rich enough, it doesn't matter like what cards I'm actually playing. I'm rich, I could just play high card and I'll still win. Balatro is very cool. It has a lot of ways of... It has a lot of ways of making the individual runs feel interesting while still allowing you to just really... You can get through a run of Balatro real fucking quick. If you go into it, you've got a game plan, you know, you pick a specific deck that... You know, you pick a deck that only has 2 different suits. And then you just go in and get rid of every card that is of the second suit. And it's just like, okay, I'm just only going to play a flush every single turn. And then over time, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to start getting rid of a bunch of the number cards, so that way I can try and make every flush into a royal flush. But sometimes your build is just, I play ace high card. or I play king high card every single turn, and I make that work. Balatro has also suffered from me not being as invested in run-based experiences this year. I have not played that much Balatro, especially compared to a lot of people that I see around. I see a lot of people talking about how much Balatro have you played? Oh yeah, 140 hours. And normally 140 hours in a game is very believable for me. But Balatro came around at the wrong time for me. But even so, Balatro is a very solid experience, and I think it does the run-based thing right, of making each of the runs feel different enough. You can still get into that comfortable groove with it, where you can make very exciting things happen, but you can also just kind of zone out. Balatro wasn't your favorite because of how it always seems to boil down to a couple of long-term strategies that can survive the exponential growth curve. When I'm talking about... yeah. If you are going for pure progression, and just, I want this deck to go as far as it possibly can, then yeah, it does boil down to a more limited range of potential ways to play. But I'm talking just in terms of just the run being considered successful by the games. You know, winning a run. I think there's a lot of really fun variety that you can find in the game. I want more Yakuza, not demanding you play more, just want more in general. Yeah. Yakuza, we're going to talk about Yakuza at the end here, but there's a reason why the Yakuza / Like a Dragon series is my favorite. It's fantastic. When you analyze Balatro mathematically, you walk away disappointed. Yeah, it's not about... Balatro is a game that you just kind of vibe to. And I respect that. I think it deserves a spot up here in the A's. It's about having a huge pair. Too true. Balatro still deserves to be up in the A. I think on a year where I'm higher on run-based experiences, Balatro could be an S. I think in that circumstance, Path of Akra would also be an S. I enjoyed Path of Akra more than Balatro, and I don't think that's just because of my run-based opinions this year. I do think that Path of Akra is overall a better run-based experience to Balatro, but Balatro also has like much better aesthetics. Path of Akra is a little crusty, but Balatro is fantastic. I don't want to shit talk Balatro because Balatro is great. Yeah, for a person like Asp who, like, the fun in a game is solving the game and being, like, as objectively correct and good at the game as possible, and that being a lot of fun. A lot of the fun to be had. Balatro can be a little disappointing, yeah. But, you know, that's how it is sometimes. Rabbit and Steel. Gotta move on from Balatro. Rabbit and Steel. What if Final Fantasy XIV boss fights were an entire game? Great. Fantastic idea. Rabbit and Steel also suffering from my personal lack of interest in run-based gaming experiences this year, just in general. Nothing against run-based games as a whole, just that was my experience this year. Rabbit and Steel is great. Rabbit and Steel has great graphics, fantastic soundtrack, and a really solid gameplay foundation that I was not expecting, to be honest. I was expecting the experience to feel more niche than it ended up feeling. I expected it to feel like a game that is for the people who are really into Final Fantasy XIV and the boss fights thereof, but no. I think it is an experience that stands on its own really well. And I think it owes a lot of that to the very clever structure of the game, where each of the encounters leading up to the boss fights, like within each of the zones as you progress through the game, each of the fights leading up to the boss fight, building mechanically until you do the boss fight, where you are just doing all of the mechanics that you learned in the zone leading up to that fight. And then the game being so good at teaching you that, teaching you how to do the mechanics gradually, and then you feel comfortable doing all of them at the same time. You know, not comfortable, it's still a challenge, it can still be very hectic, but the game teaches you very well. And then, on top of that, having a system where a lot of what you are doing, aside from evading the enemy's attacks, which is most of the game. Most of the game is just evading the attacks that the enemy is doing. But the way that you deal damage being something where optimizing your rotation, optimizing your damage output, is not purely about just knowing which order to press the buttons. A lot of what optimizing your damage output is being able to do your rotation while evading the enemy's mechanics. It's not about knowing that, okay, well, I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this. It's, I want to do this, this, and this, but the boss is currently, like, teleporting me between both sides of the screen, and then there's projectiles, and the projectiles don't get teleported, but I get teleported, so I need to pay attention to where my position is, like, if I were to mirror my position on the other side of the battlefield, and then if I'm standing here, will that evade the obstacle, or will that evade the projectile? And then, like, oh, there's like 3 things queued up, so I need to be here, then here, then here. But they're like somewhat overlapping, and ugh. There is so much to be doing at any given moment in that game, but it's fun to get better at doing it. And I think that's just the core of the game, is you have a relatively simple set of buttons that you're hitting, and you just need to hit the buttons as well as you can while not getting put in the dumpster by these ridiculous attacks that the enemies are doing. I think out of all of the run-based games that I played over the course of 2024, I think Rabbit and Steel is the one that I want to play more of the most. The problem being that it is high intensity. It's not a game that you can kind of just zone out to. It's not a chill game. You are doing crazy bullet hell things in that game, and it's exciting, and it's fun. And the music for the frog area is maybe enough to bump it up to an S tier just from that song alone. The way that, like, in the frog area, if you're like, when you're in between fights, like at the shop and such, there's no lyrics, but then you get into a fight and the lyrics kick in. Fantastic. Rabbit and Steel is really, really good. Talk about really, really good, UFO 50. And wow. You would think that you hear, oh god, sneezed. You hear, oh, the guy that made Spelunky made a collection of a bunch of, like, retro-styled video games. You hear that and think, that's probably pretty fun. Wait, how many games did you say? And then you pick up UFO 50, and even the worst game in UFO 50, there's still something cool about it. Whether it's the way that it's different from all of the other games, whether it's how they found, like, ways of making unique aesthetics for all of these different games, the fact that some of the games are sequels to other games, and how the sequels, sometimes a game will be a sequel in story only and will be a completely different gameplay experience, but sometimes the sequel will be some kind of evolution of the gameplay. Like the first Campanella game being like a little 2D spaceship racing game, and then that turning into action games. Like action-adventure type deals where you're, like, exploring a world with your little 2D spaceship, and then you get out on foot, and there's, like, side-scrolling shooter sections. And it's like, yeah, this feels like a sequel. This feels like a sequel. And the variety. There's so much variety in the games. Mooncat, where it's just a cute little platformer, but the entire gimmick is that there are only two buttons, the left side of your controller and the right side of your controller. Doesn't matter which part of the D-pad you press, doesn't matter which of the face buttons you press. Like, the left side of your controller moves your character to the left, the right side of your controller moves your character to the right, and there are actions that you can take by doing, like, double tapping one direction will make you do a slide and then start running. And then pressing both of the buttons at the same time will do a jump. And then while you're in midair, if you double tap in a direction, then you do a little air dodge. Or if you press both buttons while you're in midair, then you do a slam attack. And then the way that those mechanics are utilized is so much fun. And some of the games can be pretty long. There's an entire Final Fantasy game in there. And it's about, like, the cowboy afterlife. Yeah, there's strategy games, there's, like, 2D adventure platformer things where you've got, like, this huge world to explore and puzzles that you find this item over here, and then you bring it over here, and then you can trade that item for a different thing. And there's a train heist game that's just like a Hitman style experience, where it's like, okay, beat this heist without getting caught. Beat this heist while killing every enemy. Beat this heist when not killing any enemies. Yeah, there's a deck builder. Like, it doesn't allow the fact that these are retro inspired and retro aesthetic games keep it from exploring a wide variety of genres. You know, there's a really solid point and click adventure. There's a deck builder, which, you know, you wouldn't have really gotten that kind of game at the time, but in the context of UFO 50, it feels like it fits, and it's a lot of fun. You know, you have a dungeon crawler, except the core combat of the dungeon crawler is like a Punch-Out style thing. The variety is so crazy. There is a game in there for everyone. If you play UFO 50 and you don't like any of the games, I don't know what's wrong with you. You just don't like video games, I guess. That's basically how it is. There's a game where you do gamble, you bet on these little aliens doing, like, foot races, except you can hire a guy to go fucking kneecap one of the other aliens, or give your alien illegal performance-enhancing drugs, and you can, like, take out a loan, and then you can use that loan to sponsor one of the aliens, so anytime that alien wins a race, then you get some of the money, like, whether you bet on it or not. There's a game where you're, like, doing top-down driving throughout a weird city, and you're making deliveries, like, kind of like a Grand Theft Auto type thing. There's just such an incredible variety, and within that variety, so many of these games are just fun. Avianos is a, like, crazy turn-based strategy game where you've got all these different, like, dinosaur deities that you're praying to, and you're getting different abilities, and then you get bonuses by, like, praying to the same deity over and over. There's a tower defense game. Like, there's so much. It's so much fun. It's a video game that so thoroughly loves video games. It's unreal. It is easily one of the best games of 2024. It's fantastic. Because not only is it fun to see what all games are present, you know, oh, what could this game possibly be? And it's just like a block pushing puzzle, and it's like, oh, neat. And then, oh, what's this next game? Oh, well, it's a platformer, except you launch your character with, like, golf mechanics, and then you've got, like, a stamina meter to to like hover and like give yourself some like aftertouch, but then there are power-ups that you can get, and like oh, and this game also has golf mechanics. It's a golf game. It's a side-scrolling 2D golf game like set in the cyber future. Oh, there's also another golf game. It's a top-down golf game. That's an adventure game. And you're like exploring the world by like putting your golf ball around. It's ridiculous. And it's also like $20 or something like that. It's one of the best values in video gaming today. It's a truly fantastic package. Oh boy, I'm I'm looking at some of the games that I've got left to talk about, and there's a lot to talk about. Okay. Power Wash Simulator. Not a whole lot to say about Power Wash Simulator. It continues to be a very fun Zen experience. Just power wash. Just clean the stuff. Here's a button that will highlight all the dirt that's left in case you're having trouble seeing it. Here's a little checklist that'll show you, like, oh, here's all the dirt that you're missing, so you don't really get stuck on finding that last speck of dirt. Just clean the van, clean the fire station, clean the secret jet plane, clean this helicopter, clean this carnival. Podcast game, yeah. And like the gamepad controls are pretty solid, so you can super just like relax. You know, you got an audiobook going, and you're just cleaning. It's great, love it. House Flipper 2. This is another game that I feel like I really need to go back to and spend more time with. Because the house customization mechanics are so far evolved from the first game. Like, I didn't even really know because I didn't get too deep into it. I just did the pre-made renovation jobs, but there's like all kinds of stuff you can do with construction, you know, knocking down walls, putting up new walls, like building, just start with a big flat patch of grass and build a house out of that. I didn't realize how much stuff was going on in that regard. And so it's a game that I need to get back to and spend more time with, but even just the just getting in and cleaning up a house and just following a list of tasks. Just like, hey, I want you to buy this bed, and I want you to paint the walls like this, and I want you to tidy up, and even just doing that stuff, really solid. Yeah, I figured A tier would probably get a little overcrowded, but c'est la vie. Also, in House Flipper 2, you can set up a whole experience for other players where you can share houses where like there's an objective list included, and so you can have other players. You can set up like new step-by-step follow the objective missions for other players to go through, and so I want to look into those because that seems fun too. the foundation for House Flipper 2 is really strong. Like, I think it has some issues with performance. They may have patched that by now, but House Flipper 2. It really feels like a strong sequel to House Flipper. Alright. Up next, we've got a big old batch of action RPGs. We've got Atlas. The horny furry game. Except, the character designs are like that. Yeah. But also, they're really cute. I think the character creator for Atlas is, like, a genuinely really good character creator. You can make some really interesting looking critters with that thing. But then you actually get into the game, and it's just a solid action RPG. You hop in, and it starts off a little limited in, you know, it feels like you should be able to get some more interesting abilities a little earlier than you get them, but the variety in the weapons, like, there are a lot of weapons that are a lot of fun to use. The bell is a fun weapon. Once you start getting a feel for the daggers, like, I was having a good time with the dagger, and then I switched over to a strength build and started using the big two-handed hammer weapons, and was having a great time with that too. It's still very much in active development. I know that there have been some controversial balance changes, and I know that there are some points in the game that feel like they are not well balanced, especially for a single player experience, but the multiplayer mechanics are solid, and it really nails the appeal, it really nails the fun of, like, 2000s MMOs. You go out and you grind these enemies for a while, and because of the core action mechanics, like, you feel like you get better at grinding the enemies. Like, you learn how to fight the enemy better, and then by the time that you're done with the quests to fight that enemy, then, like, by the time that you're fully comfortable fighting the enemy, that's usually the point where you move on. There's a decent pace to how you progress. And there are boss fights, and the boss fights are real challenging. But they're fun. It's just a really fun game. Like, moving around in the game is fun. The core combat is just fun. It might not be super well balanced, but it feels like a really solid foundation for what the rest of the game might be. And what is there, and there is a decent amount, there's a solid amount of game already. And you know, if nothing else, that character creator is almost worth the price of admission on its own. You can make some real cute critters with it. That's why you were bad at it. You didn't want to grind, just wanted progress, and ran into bosses that were unbeatable at your level. Yeah, you gotta do your quests. I'm not at all surprised that you just did not do side content and just blitzed through to the main objective, regardless of your level, regardless of your gear quality and all that. I don't know where in A tier Atlas is gonna go, but it gets an A for Atlas. I like it a lot. Hope they fix a few things. Yeah, I would like to see, you know, some of the bad jank tidied up. It would be nice to see some of the good jank maybe cleaned up a little and made just into good instead of good jank. But some of the jank is some of the appeal, you know? I'm very curious to see how it shakes out from its current state, and I hope the developer doesn't burn out on it, because it did kind of pop off, and that can be quite stressful. I hope they take things at a reasonable pace and keep working on it, keep making it better. Alright, Dark Souls Remastered. Dark Souls, I believe I give Dark Souls the same kind of review every year. Dark Souls is comfort food to me. Dark Souls is a game that's just... it's so incredibly replayable. There's a lot of fun ways to play it if you want to try and get gimmicky, but just fundamentally, for me, it's a game that I really enjoy going back to. Because it's a game that heavily rewards not just knowledge, but knowing what the game is about. Knowing what the game expects from you, and knowing how the game wants you to engage with it helps out so much with just not having a bad time. Having a good time can still require the right mindset, having a willingness to fail and a willingness to improve, like, fundamentally. But Dark Souls also has a lot of systems in place for allowing people who are not that good at the game to still succeed. There's a lot of ways that you can make progress. Just explore the world more. Maybe you have to spend some time, you know, grinding enemies to get some extra levels, but that is an option that's offered to you. The Souls games, people can be really elitist about the Souls games, just like, oh, you used, like, sword and board? Oh, you used a magic build? Oh, you weren't even playing the game. Like, oh, shields make these games just so easy. Oh, you just wore super heavy armor and tanked everything? Oh, it's like you weren't even playing the games. You weren't playing the exact same game that they were playing, but you were still playing the game. Walking into a room with a big-ass shield, a spear, and the absolute heaviest armor you can find. If it works, baby! And Dark Souls 2 is a good video game. Dark Souls 3 is a fantastic video game. Elden Ring is a great video game. But none of them are going to be like a bowl of tomato soup and a grilled cheese in the same way that Dark Souls 1 is. Dark Souls 1, I can just sit down and, like, what am I going to do this time? Oh, let's do Soul Level 1. And I know exactly what items to go out of my way to go grab. I know where to get the upgrade materials. I just know the game inside and out. And even not knowing all of that stuff, even just having less experience, I think Dark Souls 1 is a really solid experience. You have to go into it willing to approach the game on its own terms in many ways. Like, shields are very strong in Dark Souls. If you're struggling with Dark Souls, you use a shield. You play it safe. You walk into every fucking room in that game with your shield raised. And you know why you do it? You do it because it'll get you to the next room. And then as you get more comfortable, you can start dodge rolling. As you get more comfortable, you can start mixing it up. Use weirder weapons, slower weapons, like different builds. You can start messing around with spells, which can be difficult to do early on, because even though they're very strong, the way the spell system works is weird. Like, oh, you equip 1 soul arrows, and 1 soul arrows allows you to cast soul arrow 12 times, or however many it is. But then if you can find another scroll of soul arrows, then you can also equip that one alongside your first one, and now you just have more soul arrows. And it's neat. And the game, you are rewarded for knowing where and when to actually use these powerful spells you have, and where and when to just break out, your spear or your sword or whatever. It might not do as much damage as your spells, but this is just a regular ass skeleton. I don't need to burn one of my big cool spells on it. I can just bonk it with a stick a couple of times. It's fun. It's still a classic. It's S tier, baby. Like, the second half of the game is not done. That's just how it is. But even so, I think there is a lot of fun to the exploration, and once you've explored the game, once you've experienced the game in its entirety, once, twice, 3 times, then it becomes, how quickly can I beat this? Can I beat this using only the pyromancy flame? Like, what's the minimum? Can I one-shot everything? Can I kill every boss in the game using only a single hit? And just starting to mess around with the game like that? Or just like, how many new game pluses can I get before I start struggling to beat it without leveling up? You can get so strong without leveling up, it's crazy. But it's fun. I love Dark Souls 1. Now, Elden Ring. I have a much more complicated relationship with Elden Ring. Notably, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Because the base game for Elden Ring, I like it a lot, but it is very difficult to go back to in the same way that Dark Souls 1 is easy to go back to, because Elden Ring is so big. And it being so big is a good thing and a bad thing. Just, God, I don't want to go through all of the stuff that I would have to go through to get this build up and online. Or, like, I don't want to just beeline straight to all of the most important stuff. I want to explore. I want to fight some of these bosses that I don't have to fight. I want to explore some of these places that I don't have to be. Just because it's an interesting and an exciting world, a world that's fun to explore. But it's very intimidating. it's hard to start up a new playthrough of Elden Ring just because Elden Ring is a lot. But when I do sit down and do a playthrough of Elden Ring, I have a good time. But Shadow of the Erd Tree, I have some qualms. I have some issues with Shadows of the Erd Tree. First of all, when Shadow of the Erd Tree launched, the game started running worse. Even in the base game areas, the game just ran worse. And that sucks. That's annoying. Game ran worse. You get into the DLC areas, and you get into the DLC areas, and things are unreasonably difficult. You know, oh, you don't want to play a hard game? You're playing a FromSoft game, man. Of course it's going to be hard. And like, no. Not like that. I think the difficulty balance for Shadow of the Erd Tree is kinda out of whack. And I know, oh, you just go around and get the Shadow Tree fragments, and then you get really strong. It's like, yeah, but I shouldn't have to go out of my way to hunt down these MacGuffin collectibles in order to reach a level of strength where I can just do stuff as I come across it. And they fixed that a little bit. They kind of smoothed the curve of the DLC progression system. But even then, some of the encounters are just too hard. They are challenging to a degree that it is less fun as a result. Like, again, I spent 6 hours on the final boss of Nine Souls. But there are fights in Shadow of the Erd Tree where I do not feel like I am getting better in a way that I enjoy. It feels like I am bashing my face against a wall. It does not feel like I am scaling a difficult mountain. It does not feel like I'm getting a little better each time. Some of these fights, I'm just bashing my face against a wall. The areas are very cool. There's a lot of very cool environment design. A lot of very cool boss design. But there are certain things about the exploration that rubs me the wrong way. Like, oh, you got too close to this spot, and then a bunch of world state changes happen. And it's still doing the thing. Shadow of the Erd Tree is still doing the thing. FromSoft is so bad at quests and having being able to follow storylines. I want to see what's going on with these characters. I want to know how their storylines are going. I want to be engaged with these quests. These quests that you have crafted for me to enjoy. But then, you pull the rug out from under me, and suddenly I missed a bunch of stuff. I missed some of the quests because I got too close to a place. I didn't go into the place, I got too close to it. There's a lot of things about Shadow of the Erd Tree that annoy me. And there are so many cool weapons, cool new spells, there's a lot of very cool stuff in the DLC, but there's a lot of things about the DLC that rubs me the wrong way. I still haven't finished it. I intend on going back and finishing it. I do plan to, you know, bash my face against those walls until the walls come tumbling down, but I think Shadow of the Erdtree is a B. I think in spite of my issues with Elden Ring just, you know, it's so huge to its own detriment. I think Elden Ring is still an S. But I think the DLC is a B. I don't think the cool stuff in the DLC makes up for the ways that it frustrates me. And talk about a game that frustrates me. Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 had performance issues. That sucks. It still has performance issues. That double sucks. But Dragon's Dogma 2 has a lot of the kinds of things that made Dragon's Dogma 1 very charming. It has weird, interesting combat. It has systems that are, like, unapologetically jank, and mechanics with friction to them. Mechanics that make them mechanics that are willingly raising the middle finger to the player in some ways. Like, there's no reason for the weight system in Dragon's Dogma to be like that, let alone for the weight system to be like that in the sequel. But they've got a very particular way that they wanted to design this game. Like, they had a specific design in mind when they were building this game, and I have a lot of respect for that. There's a lot of cool, weird systems that make it a very interesting experience. But I do think the technical issues with this game do cause tangible problems. I can't play my current character in Dragon's Dogma 2. I think I might have to try and, like, maybe tinker with the save, or, like, maybe if I, like, try and go out of my way, if I use, like, one of the fast travel consumable type things, like, maybe there's a way of getting out of the current predicament. But Dragon's Dogma 2, I'm currently saved close to a fight with a golem, and the fight with the golem is very cool, but it's a little too hard. So as I'm doing the fight against the golem, you know, I'm making a lot of good progress, but eventually I do have to resort to using some consumable items. But then, when I try to leave the pause menu after having used some of my consumable items, the game goes to a black screen and never loads back into the game again. And that sucks. Especially because this is a game that does not have save slots for whatever godforsaken reason. And so I can't just revert to an earlier save. If I want to try and fix this issue, I might have to start the whole fucking game over. Every time? Every time. I think I attempted to deal with this. I think it was upwards of 10 times that I had this issue of not being able to exit the pause menu. And so that's a bummer, because you get to play as cat people in this one. I made a cat lady that was super hot. But the game broke. And that's a bummer. I want to go back and I want to play more of it. Because I want to experience the game. Like, I played a lot of Dragon's Dogma 1, and that game gets so cool. That game gets so interesting. I want to see more of it. But it has a lot of, like, real significant technical issues. So I'm gonna drop it down into like a low B for now. Hopefully, you know, they put some more time into it. Hopefully they can fix up some of the technical problems, make it run a little better. Fix some of the glitchiness. Because I want to go back to it. I want to play more of it. But as it stands, it's not meant to be. And here we are in the Final Fantasy block. Final Fantasy VII Intergrade. Final Fantasy VII Intergrade is a neat little side story. I think it does a good job of setting up Yuffie to be a real character. Not just a, like, weird bonus missable character like she was in the original Final Fantasy VII. Like, Intergrade does a good job of setting up Yuffie to be a character with motivations and background and personality, and she's still, like, over-the-top, bubbly, goofy, like, wannabe ninja-type character. She is still that. And for the people that had problems with her being that, not really going to endear you to her that much. But as someone who is open to that kind of character being present in a story, Intergrade does a good job of setting her up to be a real character. The gameplay mechanics for Intergrade are kind of weird, but overall, I had a good time with Intergrade. How many Final Fantasy VIIs are there? This is DLC for Final Fantasy VII Remake, which was the first one in the trilogy of the remake trilogy, which is they're taking 3 games to remake this one game. And that seems ridiculous, but okay. Oh, 4 games? What do you mean 4 games? Are you counting the Crisis Core remake? Intergrade is like a high B. I didn't love the gameplay, but it does a good job of setting up Yuffie. The music is really good. It still looks fantastic. Okay. Before you get too sassy about Crisis Core, I have not finished Rebirth yet. Let's get that out there. I have played Crisis Core before. I have not played the remake, but I have played the original Crisis Core. I love the original Crisis Core. Fantastic game. I have never actually finished Final Fantasy VII the whole way through myself, actually. The original Final Fantasy VII. But I know what happens in Final Fantasy VII. And so having, like, knowing what happens in Final Fantasy VII, having played Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Remake was a very interesting game. The ways that they make that game diverge from the original story are really interesting. And Rebirth takes those interesting aspects of diverting from the original story and really cranks them up. There are a lot of wild things that happen over the course of Rebirth that, if you are familiar with the original Final Fantasy VII story, you are going to see those things and go, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about that this character is showing up right here, right now? This is nonsense. But, man, it's cool. It is very cool the ways that it is nonsense. And so I still need to finish it. I keep getting, every time I try to go back to it and be like, oh, I'm gonna finish it, I keep getting caught up doing, like, cleaning up side content and all that. I don't know if I'm gonna go do Gilgamesh Island. It's kind of tempting, but I'm also kind of at a point where it's just like, I just need to finish the game. But I think Rebirth does a fantastic job at telling the story of Final Fantasy VII while also still finding ways to do its own thing, finding places to fit in doing its own thing. A lot of people complained about, in Remake, how there were... In Final Fantasy VII Remake, there are essentially plot ghosts, and the plot ghosts are there to visibly and explicitly try and keep the plot on track to follow the plot of the original Final Fantasy VII. And that's ridiculous enough on its own. And the way they follow through on that concept is very interesting. And then Rebirth just continues to go further and further along that line of thought of, what if we did some weird shit with Final Fantasy VII? And so you still get all of the greatest hits of the Final Fantasy VII experience, while also getting to experience something that is new and different. And aside from the plot being really neat and weird, the performances are fantastic. It is a really great looking game. The gameplay, the combat systems are awesome. It's the kind of combat system where I am having a good time, but I am also constantly and painfully aware of, man, there's gotta be some cooler shit that I could be doing. There's got to be, like, so many ways that I could abuse these mechanics. There have to be so many, like, intricacies that I am not aware of. And I want to know. I want to know what's going on. Like, I haven't gone so far as to look up, like, oh, just look up a build. Like, oh, what's a good Barret build? What's a good build for Cloud? Like, I haven't done any of that. But it's just a really fun game. Like, it has big cinematic boss fights It has fantastic, quiet, story-driven moments. A lot of really fun side quests. Like, basically all the side quests are fully voice acted and have really fun and really entertaining stuff going on. Hey, why don't you help your total failure idiot of a friend run his hotel? How are we going to help him run his hotel? Well, we learned clone magic, and so now there are a bunch of our dumb idiot friend running around trying to run the hotel. And maybe this is good. Do you need to experience the original Final Fantasy first? There are things about the remakes that if you did not play the original, there are certain things in the remakes that will not make sense. Or that you will be lacking context for. Like, there are certain things that, especially in Rebirth, there are certain things that them happening is significant to people who are aware of the original Final Fantasy. With that said, those things are not vital to understanding the game. You can experience Final Fantasy VII for the first time through the remakes, and I think that is a totally viable way to experience that story. It's just, every now and then, something is going to happen, and you're going to go, huh? And the game is not really going to follow through with that, but that thing happening is not terribly important. Yeah, as long as you are aware that it is a remake, some of the things that warrant context make themselves known that they are, like, toying with it being a remake. Like the plot ghosts. It's like, if you are aware that the plot ghosts were not a thing in the original, and that stuff is remake-oriented, and it's like, oh, okay. Yes, that makes sense. I'm getting tired of these self-aware remakes. This genre could use a remake. But yeah, Rebirth is really great. Rebirth is a fantastic video game. I don't know how the ending is, but I'm looking forward to the ending, because everything up to this point has been... I've loved it. I've been having a fantastic time with Rebirth. It's an S. Yeah, one of the strongest aspects of both Remake, Integrate, and Rebirth, the soundtrack is so good. Okay. Time for disappointment. The gameplay for Final Fantasy XVI is better than the gameplay in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. I think the combat in 16 is so fucking good. The combat is so much fun. It is one of the best character action game combat systems that I have played. It is so much fun to just walk up to a group of basic ass fantasy soldiers and just absolutely obliterate them. Just style on them so bad. The ability to launch the enemy up, slam them down, grab them back with your, like, yank them back into the air to continue the combo, and then fling them at a big pile of their friends, and then teleport behind them, and then, like, do a big flame dash and bring all of their friends along with them on this pain train. Like, yes, it is a character action game through and through. And that aspect of it, fantastic. I love just fighting anything. I love just doing the combat in Final Fantasy XVI. It is awesome. It's stylish, it's fun, it's fast, it's fluid. Like, even when I had taken a break from it for a while and picked it back up, I was still able to do the stuff that I wanted to do. Because it has a very natural feel to it. You know, in a lot of the Devil May Cry games, style switching can feel like... It can feel like you're...
Oh hey, I found this skill on the ground. Is this enough for an ether?
No, it's not enough for an ether. You're gonna need like 650 bits for an ether. And wow, like, you found 100 on the ground? Wow, big money. I found 6. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Okay. That interruption has signaled the end of the good things that I have to say about Final Fantasy XVI. Final Fantasy XVI, very visually pretty game, but it spends a lot of this graphic fidelity on making a fucking Witcher forest. Just, there is so little, like, fun, high fantasy, magical shit going on. Because Final Fantasy XVI is dark and gritty. I was gonna cheer 10, but you have the minimum at 100. Haha! Gotcha! That 6 skill after you went to the other side of the map fucking sent me. Yeah, so... Final Fantasy XVI is a dark and gritty game. The main character always talking like this. He never fucking enunciates anything, so you can barely tell what he's saying. If you turn off the subtitles in Final Fantasy XVI, you can't understand half of the dialogue in that video game. It's miserable. And what story is the game telling? It's trying to be Game of Thrones. Oh, check it out. These characters is fucking... And then this character that was fucking died. And that character who was fucking the other character that died, now they're mad. And so they will put themselves through any amount of hell purely for revenge. And then when you beat them, you don't even get to feel good about it because they're just a sad, soulless husk of a person. But the boss fight was pretty fucking sick, though. It's a game where the ludonarrative dissonance is so dramatic. It is overwhelming, the differences between the gameplay and the story. Because the story is so dark, so brooding, so everything is fucked and we're just trying to make things at the least fucked we can, and except we can't even do that because politics and global warming. Like, it's a game that is, you know, jerking itself off with its own crocodile tears. But then you fight Titan, and it's got this sick pumping drum led soundtrack. Like, just the coolest fucking song you've heard all game starts going as you are, like, sprinting towards this mountain-sized, like, stone golem monster. And you're, like, dodging these giant spears that he's throwing at you, and you run up on his arm to gun for his weak points. Like, he's sending a palm that is the size of several buildings at you, and you block it, you fucking parry it, and then you use that opportunity to start, like, slashing and dealing damage, and just... I need to play more of it because I want to see the fights. I want to play the fights. There are so many, like, combat encounters in this game that are so fun and so cool. You get into a boss fight, and that boss fight is fucking sick. It's dramatic, it's cinematic, it's, like, it's stylish, it's visually gorgeous. So much cool shit is going on. And then you cut back to the plot, and it's just characters are filthy and crying. Every fucking time. And it's such a bummer. It's such a bummer that they were not more willing to have fun. Because the fun is there. The fun exists in the game, and then I go out of my way to do a side story, and, like, I'm going out of my way to do a side story, and it's like, oh, hey, a little girl is asking me to go find her pet. She's obviously talking about a person, and the person is probably dead. And then I go around a building nearby, and I find the slave, and the slave is dead. And it's like, and then the little girl, you go back to the little girl, and it's like, oh, sorry, your slave's dead. And she's like, oh well, daddy will just buy me a new one. And it's like, I fucking get it. Slavery's bad. I know slavery is bad. How ham-fisted could you possibly be? They've got a fucking porcine pugilist in the writing room. The ham-fistedness is so overwhelming. But there's so much fun shit. There's so much fun, cool stuff in that game, but you have to dredge through so much Game of Thrones bullshit to get there. Yeah, and at least hey, find my pet, and she's talking about a slave, and the slave's dead. Oh, great. Even, at least that had some amount of substance, as opposed to, hey, Clive, can you deliver soup to these 3 patrons? Yeah, I can deliver some soup. And then you go deliver soup to them, and most of them are just like, man, I wish the world didn't suck so much. Okay, bye. Fuck off! Ugh. I gotta get back to it, because I need to see the cool shit in that game. But, wow. It's an uphill battle to get to the cool shit. Less dark and gritty, more dark and soupy. Burke kept telling me, like, oh man, his voice line deliveries get, like, way better over the course of the game. It's like, I believe you. But from what I saw, I didn't see it. It wasn't there. It's a low B. Because the combat is so good, the boss fights are so cool. But it makes me so mad. Burke saying, you're right there before the super cool shit. You just gotta get through like 3 to 4 hours of more bullshit. And it's like, that's not right there. That's 3 to 4 hours away. Oh, God. Right there in the Final Fantasy scale, but it's an action game. Whatever. It makes me mad, but I do intend on going back to it. Okay, Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is the Simon Says of turn-based RPGs. You walk into a fight and you see 3 enemies. These 3 enemies are to be attacked by Yuna and Wakka and Tidus. And so you attack them with Wakka and Yuna and Tidus, and then you win the fight, and then you move on. It has an interesting setting. I'm curious what is going on with the story. It has Blitzball. But I found it very difficult to continue playing more Final Fantasy X. How much lightning did you dodge? I didn't get anywhere fucking close to dodging the lightning, I'll tell you. How many hours do I have in this? Final Fantasy X. I have 14 hours, and 4 of those... Two or 3 of those hours were me replaying the start of the game because I missed a thing, and missing that thing meant that I would not have been able to get a thing later in the game without having to fight a super boss. Which is very cool that that's a thing that can happen. But I found the combat to be very boring. And so I don't know if I'm going to return to Final Fantasy X. And I don't think Final Fantasy X is a bad game in and of itself, but I'm going to need you to take a look at this pile of games right here of SMT5 Vengeance, Persona 5 Royal, and Metaphor ReFantasio, and acknowledge that these 3 games are all games that I have played this year. And then you look back at Final Fantasy X, and I feel like you may have some more sympathy for me seeing Final Fantasy X as perhaps somewhat lacking in the gameplay department by comparison. At least the sphere grid is neat. Even the sphere grid was not that exciting because a lot of games that have done similar things to the sphere grid have done the sphere grid better. So It was the first one to do it, yes. But the sphere grid is a cool system, and I respect it, and I appreciate it. But the sphere grid by itself is not enough for me to deal with the, like, regular combat in that game not being that interesting. There's some nonsense you can do. Yeah, if you choose the expert variant of the sphere grid, then you can do weird stuff. But I was using the standard sphere grid because I wanted the authentic experience. And I was interested in the sphere grid, and I'm interested in the story. But just, like, you must attack this enemy with this character. And it's not even like, oh, well, if you attack this enemy with this character, if you attack this enemy with the wrong character, then you're not going to deal as much damage, but it'll still work. A lot of the time, it's just like, you attack the Waka enemy with Tidus, and he just misses. And he just has, like, a huge miss rate. It's very frustrating. It's a C. I did not have a great time with Final Fantasy X. Becomes irrelevant later on. I believe you. Maybe I'll go back to it and push through. But I was frustrated by my time with Final Fantasy X. Disgaea 7. Disgaea 7 is great. I think it is a really strong return to form for the Disgaea series of honing in on a lot of systems that make the core appeal of Disgaea work. Disgaea 6, Disgaea 6 was the transition to 3D. Disgaea 7, they have learned a lot about how to make that 3D work and, like, find ways to make things look and feel like Disgaea. There are still issues with Disgaea 7. I think it is somewhat lacking in the more cinematic aspects of the game. A lot of animations are not as cool or exciting as they should be for being the 7th entry in the series. Like, there were a lot of visual aspects that took a step back after moving to 3D. I think from here, they have positioned themselves well to moving forward. I think they can really start pulling together some really good Disgaea experiences, because 7, the plot was really good. I enjoyed the writing. I feel like there was a lot of good humor without being too embarrassing. Fun characters, solid plot, and I also feel like there was a good sense of progression. It never really felt like I needed to super power level my characters in order to progress throughout the main story. Once you get past the main story, then, you know, all bets are off, and there are always some frustrating aspects of trying to maximize, like, do all of the end game stuff in Disgaea 7. Or in the Disgaea games in general. but it had some neat systems in place for trying to make that experience smoother. Like, you can build up hell fuel, and then you can use the hell fuel to basically, like, you clear a map, and then you can use hell fuel equal to the number of turns that you took to clear that map, and it will just do that again for you. And so, if you can clear a map that gives you a bunch of XP in one turn, then you can use, 30 hell fuel to clear that map 30 times without having to actually go through the motions. And that's a neat system. Item World is still 80% of a playthrough. Item World is still a lot of a playthrough. Yeah. And there are some really dumb aspects of the Item World system, but I feel like they did a decent job of not, like, they did a decent job of streamlining the Item World grinding experience. It's good. Disgaea 7 is good. It's an A. If you like Disgaea, then you will probably like 7. If you've never played a Disgaea, maybe start with Disgaea 1. But if you start with 7, you'll probably still have a good time. There's not a lot of continuity to keep track of. It's just, there's a lot of mechanics stacking up more and more and more over time, so Disgaea 1 is a simpler experience, but much more approachable as a result. Disgaea is just another flavor of idle game. It's another flavor. It's make number go up. Get your characters to level 9,999, and then rebirth them so that their base stats are higher, and then do it again, and then, get better items until your attack that hits a 3x3 grid of enemies can deal 90 billion damage. And then once you've hit that point, keep going. Shin Megami Tensei 5: Vengeance. SMT5 Vengeance is just a strictly better version of SMT5. They improved... There's only improvements from what I can recall from my experience. They tidied up a couple of systems. They have expanded on a couple of systems to allow for bigger and cooler things to happen as a result of the systems. A lot of neat passive abilities and unique abilities and ways of crafting a team. They added basically an entirely new kind of build that you can do on the main character, which is cool. But most importantly, the gameplay for Shin Megami Tensei 5 was already really great. Like, tons of really good quality of life systems to better enable you to make the kind of team that you want and do the kind of thing in combat that you wanted to achieve. SMT5 was already really good at that. Vengeance is better at that, but also it has a way better story. The new storylines they introduce in Vengeance are so much better. And it's really interesting, too, the way that they handle that, they just, the original storylines are still in the game, if you want to just experience the original storyline. But at the start of the game, they're like, hey, do you want this new character to show up? Yes, no. And if you say yes, then that new character is like very present. Like they have a lot of dialogue, they hang out, they're very involved in the story. They cause the story to diverge at a couple of different points. So a lot of different things happen, and all the while you are experiencing this different, like, the fundamental story is still there to a certain degree, but while you are experiencing this new story, this new character is around and is talking, and they have a lot of really interesting things to say. They have a unique perspective on what is going on in this world and what's going on with the story, and they are very... It's really fun to just talk to them and see what they have to say, and you know, sometimes you'll disagree with them, sometimes you'll have discussions on philosophy and all that delicious Shin Megami Tensei nonsense to get up to. Like, it really makes the game a lot better. SMT5 is one of my favorite turn-based RPGs ever, and Vengeance makes it way better. So, S tier. Persona 5 Royal. Basically the same thing. Persona 5 is one of my favorite turn-based RPGs ever, and Royal makes it better. But the way that Royal makes it better is different. Instead of having an entirely different story all along, you've got a couple of new things in terms of the main story, but then you've also got some new content sprinkled here and there, a little extra time to spend on some new things that the game introduced. But then, at the point where the... Oh, sorry. At the point where the game ends in regular Persona 5, Royal keeps going. And the stuff after the point where it keeps going is really good. There is some of the best writing in the entire game is present in this epilogue that Royal adds. I think most of the best writing in the game is during that section, actually. Because not only is there a lot of really cool stuff going on with the main story, there's also a lot of really great moments going on with, like, talking to the party members. Because one of the weakest aspects in Persona 5 compared to 3 and 4 was that the main cast of characters was... I felt like they were just generally not as strong, but in 5, you get some really intimate, like really good character building moments with all of your party members, because everyone, I don't want to spoil it, but people's sense of selves are taken into question. Their motivations, like some real core stuff about the characters are called into question. And as they are working through this, like, existentially troubling thing that has happened, as they are working through this, they do something that is really, really great for the context of a Persona game. Where throughout the Persona 3, 4, and 5, the main character will generally have helpful things to say. You know, a lot of the time they are a shoulder to cry on, but often they will have something witty to say, something helpful to say, something insightful to say. But what makes the epilogue, what makes these moments in the epilogue so impactful and so good in Persona 5 Royal is the protagonist has nothing good to say. The protagonist they're not entirely at a loss for words, but none of the dialogue options that are granted to you are helpful. And so what that means is that the scene is entirely reliant on the character that the protagonist is talking to just working through things themselves. And it is so insightful. It puts in so much work on building their characters. And this happens like pretty close to the end of the game, which feels like a bit of a shame, but these moments do such a fantastic job of like really pulling together what makes these characters interesting, what makes these characters, like, what drives them, what motivates them. Like, it really digs deep into who they are and what they're about. And it's fantastic. And then the main story that's going on is also really engaging and like really interesting. And it's like, oh, I didn't think you would go here, but you're just going here, and it's going like it works. It works so well. Royal, like, base game Persona 5 versus Persona 3 and Persona 4 Golden. Like, I had a lot of issues with base game Persona 5, but I still liked it a lot. With Royal, it's easily my favorite. Never seen a Persona game, but people keep telling me good things about them. Yeah, I would like to share the Persona games with people, but that's a pretty big commitment. They are long games, but they are absolutely worth it. And the cool thing about, you know, the modern Persona games, Persona 3, 4, and 5, is that you can just play them in that order. You could just play 3, then 4, then 5. And you can get Persona 3 Portable or Persona 3 Reloaded if you want to do the remaster instead, or the remake instead. You can get all three of these, like, the best version of all three of these games on Steam. So it's very accessible. And they're all really good, and what's even better is that they are all pretty different. They follow the same structure of you alternate between exploring dungeons, doing turn-based JRPG combat, and developing a variety of persona, which are basically just monsters that you summon to fight for you. And, you know, you want to have a good variety of persona so you are ready for whatever situation comes up. Alternating between that and basically a dating sim. Like a visual novel, just going to high school, like going around talking to people, like following all of these different storylines that are going on with people around town. And the writing is good, the music is good, the aesthetics are good. Like, these games are all very good. but they're very different. Persona 3 is very melancholic. It's about apathy. It's about death. It's about depression. And it does a good job of evoking the themes without being overwhelming and just being all doom and gloom. Like, most of the story present in that game is about overcoming these things. And then Persona 4 is about the truth. It's about how like public perception can be so easily altered by misinformation or just like how people can so easily willingly turn a blind eye to uncomfortable truths. And then Persona 5 is all about, like, how oppressive forces in society function and the different forms of oppressive forces. Like, the first storyline in Persona 5 is about a teacher molesting and abusing his students. And it's like, whoa! Damn, that's a hell of a first note to start out on, but then it escalates from there. It escalates into people using money to, like, basically treat people like indentured servants. And it keeps escalating. You know, you start getting into people in, like, positions of societal power. The games all feel very different, despite having similar core gameplay. But also, like, especially if you start with Persona 3 Portable instead of Reloaded, then the gameplay also, like, just gets better and better over the course of these 3 games. Like, you can really feel the progression of the gameplay systems. Persona 5 takes place in the Ace Attorney universe because Herlock Sholmes exists. I'm glad that Atlas is making their games more accessible. Yeah. It's very nice to be able to just buy the Persona games. I mean, Persona 1 and the duology of Persona 2 still in a weird state, but don't really have to worry about those until you start getting really nerdy about it. Persona 5 Royal. S tier. Love it. Metaphor ReFantasio. Metaphor is a very interesting new JRPG franchise. And it's a hell of a story they chose to tell for this new franchise in this new universe. It's a cool game, and it has a lot of really interesting stuff going on. But some of the gameplay systems just rub me the wrong way. Metaphor does the thing where you have a bunch of classes, like a bunch of jobs that your characters can switch between. And you get benefits to having your characters, like, max out as many of these jobs as they can manage. And you don't have to do this. But I, as a player, want to do this. But there is no good way to do this. The ways that you can potentially grind in Metaphor, it is both streamlined and also... Metaphor is a very weird game for me to try and talk about, because there's a lot of very cool systems in place. There's a lot of very interesting things that you can do with the core combat system. Like, every character unlocks these slots that you can use to just yoink skills from other classes that they have learned. So like, oh, I want the lightning spell from the mage class, and it's just, oh, I'm gonna unlock that, and then I can use it on any other class as long as I put it into one of these slots. Or you can also do this with passive abilities. And so you can really heavily customize your party. You can get some really interesting builds going on. So there's a lot of depth. And the actual in-game combat is fun. It uses the press turn system, which is great. Love press turns. And it has some very neat twists to the press turn system. Like, some fun ways of getting extra turns. And some extra ways that the player characters can be punished and have extra turns used against them. Like, if you fuck up and try and use an ability that your opponent, like, nullifies or even, like, gets healed from, then your character, in response, can become terrified because they fucked up so bad. And if an enemy chooses to attack a terrified party member, they just get to do that action for free. Which is insane. Like, it feels like a real... Yeah, that includes AoEs. So it feels like a real kick you while you're down kind of system, but... The game also has... The game allows you to just start any fight over from the beginning whenever you want. Just like, I fucked up. I'm just gonna take a mulligan. I'm just gonna start this fight over. And you can do it, you can start that fight over real fucking fast. It's a really interesting game. And the story, for the most part, is pretty good. I think the game feels a little sterile in some places. Some of the character designs and character archetypes can feel a little by the numbers. This is your outspoken but supportive best friend character. Here is the strong independent woman who don't need no man. Here is the wise mentor character. Like, it feels pretty straightforward. And there is some cool stuff that happens over the course of the plot, but it still feels fairly straightforward. There are good twists, like, and some of the... It still has, like, a social link system of just, hey, follow this character's storyline and you get bonuses. And so some of those social links, I was really pleasantly surprised with how well they worked out. There's a little girl character. She's not a party member, but you befriend this little girl, and like her parents are dead, and she is just trying to deal with living in a society in dark times, trying to deal with, you know, having lost her parents. Testing? 1, 2. Aha. Gotcha. Testing, 1, 2. So, normally I would think that the storyline for this little girl character is the little girl is sad for like 3/4 of it, but then she finds her resolve and decides that she's gonna try her best even though things suck. Because early on it kind of felt like that's what her storyline was being built towards. But that's not how it worked. That's not how it worked out. I really genuinely enjoyed the storyline for this little girl character. I was like, I wasn't just like, oh, they didn't fuck up, but like, wow, they handled this with much more nuance than I was expecting. And they managed to make her successes feel earned. It didn't feel like the protagonist was just there solving all of her problems. Like, the protagonist was there supporting her and encouraging her to find ways to solve her problems, but she solved her problems. And that felt good. So yeah, Metaphor is really good. I still need to finish it. The ending is probably what will make a distinction between it being A and S. I think I'm going to set it as a high A for now. After I finish it, we'll reconvene and I'll say whether I think the ending really pulled it all together. Currently, I am, like, near the end of the game and just finishing up side stuff before going off to do the final battle. And so I'm very close to the ending, but we'll see how the ending shakes out. I think Metaphor is very good, but I am far more interested in what the second entry in this series will be. Because a lot of my issues with Metaphor feel based in the fact that it feels like a lot of the things that I have issues with are aspects of the game where they were playing it safe because it's new. The captioner broke again! Testing 1, 2. But yes, to reiterate, a lot of issues that I have with the game feel like they are issues because it is a new series. And so I want to see where they go from here. I also want more of the animal people, and I want them to go further. I want the animal people to be full furries. But there is a really, really hot lady in that game. There's multiple hot ladies in that game, actually. Good year for hot ladies in video games, all things considered. these two games down here also have hot ladies. We'll get to that. Well, they share a hot lady, basically. Okay. Etrian Odyssey 1, 2, and 3. The Etrian Odyssey games are very traditional dungeon crawler, and they are more traditional dungeon crawler than I expected them to be. Oh god, people gotta go to sleep. I don't think there's too much more. I don't think I'm going to be going for too terribly much longer. I think a bunch of these upcoming games I won't ramble on about for too long, but thanks for hanging out, Ash and Taran. Okay. The Etrian Odyssey games are much more traditional dungeon crawler than I expected. I went in knowing that they were traditional dungeon crawlers. I knew that they were challenging games. I knew that they were games that were very willing to be rude to the player. I went in being aware of this. I also went in utilizing external knowledge sources. Like, looking up what the skills do, what skills are worth putting points into, what skills are to be avoided. Because I had also heard that that is one of the big issues with the Etrian Odyssey games, of there's no way that you could have known that this skill does basically nothing, but it does basically nothing, don't put points into it. And so knowing what skills were worth using, knowing what classes were generally strong, I was able to have an experience where my team was generally capable and competent. And so I did not struggle too terribly much with the combat on a moment-to-moment basis. There were still times where some of the fights were really challenging. Especially in Etrian Odyssey 2, where there's a lot of fights in Etrian Odyssey 2 that felt like rocket tag. And so they're very interesting games, and if you're willing to put up with their bullshit, I think they are very fun games, because despite how rude they can be, the combat is a lot of fun to engage with. There are a lot of different tactical aspects that feel rewarding for, you did this fight good, and you feel like you did the fight well. You feel like, especially if you go in knowing that the games can be challenging, when you overcome these challenges, it feels meaningful. Now, some of the dungeon design can be extremely rude, not just in a tee-hee we pranked you, but in a the correct solution to this is to just rub your face against every wall until you find the one that lets you walk through it so you can continue. Like, that sucks. I have not finished Etrian Odyssey 3 yet. I do intend on going back to that, playing more. It is fun. I had fun with all three of these. I will generally say that Etrian Odyssey 1 has some growing pains to work through, but from what I have played, 2 and 3 are both A's. All three of them are pretty rough around the edges, but all three of them are fun. Okay, so the idle game pile. Antimatter Dimensions is an idle game that is very engaging. It is a game that gives you just the right pace of unlocking new mechanics, finding new ways of engaging with older mechanics, and finding ways of, like, finally reaching thresholds of, like, oh, you don't have to worry about that old mechanic anymore, but here's this new mechanic. I feel like for an idle/incremental game, it's very well paced, and also doesn't have as many issues with, if you're not actively playing it, then you're not making any progress. I think it's generally one of the best idle games out there. But it is lacking in aesthetics. It does not have a lot of fun, stylish things going on to keep you engaged in that regard. But I was surprised when I went, I picked up Cookie Clicker on Steam, went in, and I was able to blitz through a lot of the game a lot faster than I expected. I got back to a point, I got back to where I recall leaving off last time I played Cookie Clicker within like a week or two, and I was very surprised. And I think part of that is just the evolution of the mechanics in that game have become such that if you know what you're doing, if you know what you're looking out for, then you can speed through a lot of the progression in that game very fast. It's just, the issue is, it is very reliant on just, did you get good luck? Like, were you lucky with your golden cookies? It's very micromanagey because a lot of the time you're not making any progress unless you are clicking the golden cookies. And so, respect to a classic, you know, but Cookie Clicker, I think Cookie Clicker has not aged super well. If you just want, like, a good hit of that incremental game dopamine, then Cookie Clicker will still do it for you. But I think a lot of the mechanics that it developed over time served to reaching a certain point quicker, and then from that point on, it becomes frustrating to try and find ways of progressing. Because a lot of progression means just getting good luck with golden cookies, and that's not super fun. I don't know if Antimatter Dimensions is an A. I played a lot of it, but I think it lacking in the... You know what? C for Cookie Clicker. But Antimatter Dimensions, I think it lacking the fun aesthetics of a lot of other idle games is a pretty big detriment. I think that is one of the big reasons to play idle games. And it doesn't really nail that. But it does nail a lot of the mechanics. I think the mechanics of Antimatter Dimensions are fun to engage with. But even then, still has a lot of issues with... You're asking me to choose between A and B, and I have no way of actually knowing whether A or B is better. Just because the math is so obfuscated. And then I have this one, Idling to Rule the Gods. Which I'm not actually... This is not here to be... Like, I'm not actually here to talk about Idling to Rule the Gods, or whatever. I think that's what this one is. This is just so I can put a bunch of idle games all into D tier at the same time. I played a lot of bad idle games this year. There's a lot of bad idle games out there. You can do better than playing bad idle games. There's a couple that are worth checking out. You know, Idle Wizard, Antimatter Dimensions. I get it. Sometimes you just want something like that. Just play RuneScape instead. Play free-to-play RuneScape or something. I don't know. Don't play bad idle games. Multiplayer games. Rivals of Aether 2. I like having a working wrist. Play it on your phone. Touchscreen. Okay, multiplayer games. Rivals of Aether 2. I have played like 20 minutes of Rivals of Aether 2. But Clarion is cool. So I'll put it up in an A tier, and then once I get frustrated at how bad at it I am, I'll bump it down to a B tier later. Rivals of Aether 2 is a very solid platform fighter. Like, even from what little time I have played of it, I can really see why a lot of Melee folks are so into it. It feels like the fundamentals of the game feels good, but then as you mess around with it, as you test the limits of your movement, you start to see like, oh, you can do some stuff here. Like, there's a lot of depth to what is possible with the movements and spacing and like the way that certain moves will chain into each other. I am looking forward to playing more Rivals of Aether 2. There's a lot of cool stuff going on, but I don't know how into it I will ever get, because platform fighters are so, like, the execution level for these games can be so high that it can really feel, it can feel like Counter-Strike sometimes, of just like, I have not already been playing Counter-Strike for a long time, and so trying to play with other people who have been playing for a long time, I'm just getting my ass handed to me. Deadlock! Another game that I want to go back and play more of, especially because they've been updating Deadlock. They've still been updating and putting new stuff in there, like redoing the aesthetics of certain areas, which I feel is pretty nice. Making certain areas feel a little more unique. I don't know how much tinkering they've done with the gameplay. I don't know if they've added new characters. I think currently they're willing to kind of just lie low while Marvel Rivals kind of lives in the big spotlight for multiplayer shooter type games. And I feel like, you know, once they have some new characters and stuff like that to push forward, then they'll start making a showing again. But from what I played of Deadlock, that's an A. I had a really great time with Deadlock. Maybe, like, part of that might be just it was one of the few multiplayer games that I really got into last year. Like, I don't play a ton of multiplayer games in general, but I had a really great time with Deadlock. Really, really solid experience, and they do a good job of making a MOBA more approachable, which is a tall task, and I think they do a good job with it. Mario Party 5. Mario Party 5 is an A. It's one of my favorite Mario parties, at least. It has a good balance of, like, maps with gimmicks, but also the gimmicks are not infuriating. I think the orb system is really well refined. I think it has a good set of mini-games. I think it is just one of the most well-rounded Mario Party experiences. I haven't gotten to play much Superstars or Jamboree, but I'm looking forward to changing that in 2025. Mario Party 7. That's a C tier. That map where it's just all a single pathway leading up a mountain. Just terrible. All of the maps in 7 are terrible. Every map in 7 is a terrible gimmick map. There's just no regular-ass maps to enjoy just a basic game of Mario Party in. I also recall the minigame selection not being great in 7. 7 is just not very good. 4 is okay, 5 is great, 6 is okay. The N64 ones are a lot of high highs, low lows. But yeah, 7 is a C. Backyard baseball. We want a batter, not a broken ladder. Backyard baseball, I have a lot of respect for it as a classic. The problem being I did not grow up with it, and so the thing about Backyard baseball is that it is very much a game where... Oh my god. Big yawn. Backyard baseball is a game that gets better and better the more you play it, because you learn more and more about the idiosyncrasies of all of the different, like, the ways that all of the batters behave, the way that all of the pitches work. The core gameplay is very straightforward, but there's a lot of depth to it. And so I can absolutely see how someone could easily spend, over 100 hours playing it, despite the fact that there's no achievements, or, at the time, there was no achievements, there was no story mode, it was just, you're playing the game for the sake of it. And once I started getting used to the gameplay, I started to see it. I started to understand, oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Managing your pitcher's stamina and, how you set up your team, both your batting lineup and, who's playing what position in the field. It's very cool. I still don't love baseball. And so I respect that it's good, and I had a good time playing it, but I don't know how much I would go back and play more. Thank goodness you're here. What a fantastic adventure. Really great humor, very witty, very funny, like great variety to the gameplay. You know, like I had a good time with the one puzzle that's in the game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what New Game Plus has to offer. Little Kitty Big City! Very cute. The core gameplay is... Controlling the cat is a little jank, but a lot of cute, fun exploration. Just has a sense of whimsy about it. I think I will probably go back to it. It's just adorable, and there's a lot of there's fun exploration. It's probably like a high B. Shadows of Doubt needs more updates. Shadows of Doubt needs some more patches. I'll tell ya. Once I hear, like, I don't know if this game will ever be stable or consistent in the way that it really needs to be a game worth going out of your way to sing the praises of. Because thank you for the follow, The Gaming Greymon. Shadows of Doubt is a very cool game. It is a procedurally generated murder mystery. Or not necessarily murder mystery, but procedurally generated detective game. You're going around, you're solving crimes, and the way that this can happen can be so intriguing. Like, you really come to learn about the people in your town. You learn where people live, you learn their habits, you learn where they work. And so when one of them inevitably gets involved in a crime, you've got, like, oh yeah, this guy, I know what's up with this guy. Let's go check in on his apartment, see if he's, like, been hiding murder weapons. Let's go ask around at his place of business, see if he's been acting weird, you know, see if anyone's seen him lately. But it's very janky. It's got some technical issues. So it is like the logical conclusion of immersive simulator games, but it needs a little more work. But when it gets a little more work, I'll be right there, because I did have a good time with what I played of it. Lunacid. Lunacid is first-person dungeon crawler, but cool. Inspired by the Kingsfield games. It is a game that is very heavily reliant on exploration and exploration of mechanics. Like, you really want to stick your nose where it don't belong in this game, Because you might find a cool new weapon, you might find a new spell, you might find some healing potions, or a new weapon. You might find all kinds of things, but you might also find a giant skeleton that starts shooting lasers and kills you. A tier. I haven't finished it yet. I need to go back to it, but I believe I was a bit over halfway through, and I was having a great time. Crusader Kings 3! I was having a fantastic time playing Crusader Kings 3, and I will probably continue to have a fantastic time playing Crusader Kings 3. But specifically with the Elder Kings 2 mod. I don't know if I will ever know what the base game for Crusader Kings 3 is like, because why would I ever play that when I can play as Khajiit instead? But I was surprised at how much I enjoyed Crusader Kings. The management of your kingdom being so heavily fueled by politics and like not just managing taxes, managing your military, but managing alliances, you know. Oh god, I need my family to like me so that way when I let them inherit all of these titles from all of these lands that I've been taking over time, I need them to be cool. My family likes me, so I'm going to give my family all of these titles and deeds and land, and just hope that they don't secede. I'm just gonna hope real hard. It's a lot of fun, and I think the Elder Kings mod adds a lot to it, like there being magic. I enjoy fantasy, so just the magic really adds a lot to it. But even aside from that, you can do some wild stuff in that game, and you can have... Everybody always talks about the Crusader Kings as, you know, they're not necessarily just a game, but they are a vehicle for stories, and I think that's very true. I have enjoyed the stories that I have created with Crusader Kings 3 thus far, and I look forward to creating more stories. Oh boy, alright. We're here at the finish line. 3 games left, but they are very closely related. Yakuza Like a Dragon. Such an incredible shift of genres for this franchise. They managed to do such an incredible job with the turn-based combat. And they managed to make the shift from, like, action brawler type games to turn-based JRPG style games without losing any of the charm that the franchise has and has built up over time. It feels Yakuza through and through. Like, it feels like it belongs. And it is... The story is just so good. The character development, the writing. Ichiban Kasuga is such an incredible new protagonist for the franchise, and he's so lovable. he manages to hit so many of the notes that make Kiryu so likable as a protagonist and so fitting as a protagonist for the series, while still being very much his own thing. Ichiban really stands out. He is a fantastic character through and through, and the stories that are told through him and the stories that he enables are incredible. Like, it's... how could it be anything other than S tier? Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. They decided, hey, wait, let's do another action game. Because Judgment is getting mired in some issues with Yagami's actor getting caught up in some talent agency nonsense. And so, hey, what if we just had Kiryu doing an action game again? And the answer to what if is, well, if you give him crazy spy gadgets, then yeah, it's probably going to be pretty fun. It's a very strange story that it feels like there's not a lot of story to it throughout a lot of it. Like, the narrative is not as much the driving force as a lot of the mainline Yakuza games, but it is a smaller scale experience. It's shorter, and it knows that, and it does focus mostly on gameplay experiences over there being a grand narrative. And yet, even though the narrative is much smaller scale, much, like, generally more subdued, there are still a lot of really great moments, and, you know, you would think that Kiryu would not have a huge amount of development left in him, as old as he's getting, and erased as his name is. And yet they still manage to really squeeze some fantastic moments out of his character here. Some really good stuff, and that moment at the end where he's looking at the tablet, just heart-wrenching. Fantastic performance there. And thinking back on it, like, I think it still lands, even seeing everything else that has happened with him. Because, you know, he's back in Infinite Wealth. He's up, he's doing stuff, he's off on another adventure, and he's doing goofy minigame shit once again. You know, he's here, he's involved. And even so, that I feel like that doesn't really detract from that final moment in Like a Dragon Gaiden. Infinite Wealth is fantastic. You know, it's... the core gameplay is so much improved over Yakuza 7. They managed to get a much larger cast into the game without making it feel particularly cramped. And the story that they tell is very compelling. There's a lot of super interesting stuff going on in that primary narrative. I do feel like the conclusion to the narrative, to the overarching narrative, not necessarily any individual character storylines, but I feel like the conclusion to the main story of the game was not as strong as some of the other Yakuza and Like a Dragon games. But I still feel like throughout the game there's so much fantastic character writing and a lot of really, really fun gameplay. Like, the core gameplay is just so much fun. Just even not using abilities that often, just they made the basic attacks so much fun to use and to try and plan around them. The minigames are great. Like, Dondoko Island is so cool. It's so ridiculous what they did with that whole system, but it's fun. Like, it's a lot of fun to play. I think that's just one of the biggest words that comes to mind when it comes to Infinite Wealth is it's very fun. And so it has a narrative that covers a lot of very serious topics. It tells a serious story. And it tells a story that is very modern in a lot of ways. And it feels modern in a way that doesn't really feel shoehorned in. It felt like a natural progression. And the dichotomy between the fun of the game and the more serious plot, I think they continued to balance it really well. A lot, and there are some framing devices, like the framing device for a lot of side content that Kiryu engages with. I think the way that that is framed is so smart, and I really enjoyed where things left off, and I am extremely excited for whatever comes next. I do think that because there were things about the way the main story was concluded in Infinite Wealth, I feel like there are some things that could have been handled a little better. A couple of balls were dropped, but even so, I still think that Infinite Wealth is my 2024 Game of the Year. Very close contender, 9 sols. And in terms of new, like, games that came out in 2024, in terms of new games, I think this is a pretty strong top three list of games of the year. Infinite Wealth, 9 sols, and UFO 50. But as you can see, you know, a lot of games made it to S. A lot of games made it to A. And even a lot of these games that were here in B tier, like a bunch of these games weren't in B tier necessarily because I thought they were, you know, average or lacking, but some of these games were just, I wasn't in the mood for them this year. So out of 100 games, we only got, 14 games in C tier or below? It's pretty good. It was actually 100. Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly 100. Like, this game represents just like all of the bad idle games that I played this year, of which there are maybe like 10 plus, but yeah, I will post, or yeah, I'll post the full tier list on the Discord server after we wrap things up here, but I hope you all enjoyed listening to me talk about video games for 5 hours. After talking about video games for 4 hours last week, my throat is destroyed. But it's fine, I'm having delicious Mexican food tomorrow, and that will cure me. Thanks again to Lana for the resub, Ash for the 100 bits, and the Gaming Greymon for the follow. Upcoming streams. There's one game that I was gifted that I am interested in trying out. It's oh god, what's it called? Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop or something like that? Yeah, Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop. Which is like a run-based rocket repair, like a run-based like junkyard simulator kind of thing, like run in a repair shop kind of thing. It seems really cute. It seems neat. So that may be on the docket for Saturday. Saturday could end up being something else, but I think that is currently the plan for Saturday. And I don't think there's anything in particular on the docket for Monday. I'm going to be streaming on Monday, I just don't know exactly what. Tuesday will probably be more Infinite Wealth post-game. So doing more of the post-game dungeon. And then I believe after that I will be at A&E, Anthro New England. So I'm going to be missing a couple of streams. But then I believe I will be out of obligations for a while. I think streams ought to go back to normal after A&E. So I'm looking forward to A&E. I'm probably going to have a great time, but I am also very looking forward to streams going back to normal. But yeah, that's the plan for the next little bit. I think we're gonna raid over to Awesome Games Done Quick because I want to see what's going on over there. But thanks again, everyone, for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff. And hopefully I will see you all again on Saturday. Have a good one.